Oh, hell yeah. I love you, Woo.
Hi. I fucking love that song. Oh, shut up, Eddie. It's talking. There we go. Hi. Hello. Welcome. I was in the middle of texting back my friend, and that's on me. Our lovely winner today is Turnip. And Goober, I did take my vitamins, and I took them all. And by that, not just the single one that's in my room. But hello, hi, welcome. Also, Turnip, thank you for 59. I'm sorry, Turnip. 10 more months, and then we're at 69. Very excited about that. Anyways, it is Stardew. It is community farm today. It's farm. And by that, dude, Turnip already has the game open. Number go up. Oh my god, you're at 85. You were doing amazing. Hi. Let's give a hi to everybody. I didn't even do that. Hi, Turnip. I said hi to you before I even started streaming. Hi, Goober. Hi, Doc. Hi, Kai. How is everybody today? We're gonna text back my friend at the same time because I was in the middle of it and I'll forget after stream. Dream today and after it's second business time. Hehehe. Okay. There was a lot of good, oh my god, you guys, I'm freaking the freak out. There's a lot of good movie news, and by that, I have fuel again. By that, the little Delulu thoughts are in my head. I literally messaged B is like, is it possible? Probably not. They probably already casted it all. But it's fuel, so we'll take it. But my favorite fucking series is coming back, and I'm so fucking excited. This sweet girl said something very nice to me and it made my soul smile. Hell yeah. As you deserve. How is everybody doing? That's how my night to morning has gone. Delulu is the Solulu. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And I know a couple other people would like this news as well here. No matter what, even if I wasn't into like acting and wanting to do that, like this is fucking brilliant fucking news. And I'm so fucking excited. I just hope it's good, but they're reuniting the original cast and I'm like, yes, yes. Oh, I hope he comes back too. He probably will. Oh, I hope he comes back because he was hot. And he still is. Doing so good, I found a game that fuels my Is it the one I saw you open? I didn't see you open it, but I saw it in the screen share and it looks really cute. It's Firefly? No, The Mummy. They're making a fourth Mummy movie, and the original Rachel and Brendan are coming back to reunite. It's not the recast that they did for Evelyn, which was understanding. They recast her because she had a baby at the time, and so she couldn't come back for filming, so they recast her. So sad. Loved that lady. She was great. Dungeon Crawler. It was so cute. I saw the opening of it like in the little like screen share. The Mummy, yes, the Mummy. I thought it was like hearsay because I saw one random TikTok about it, but then it was a lot more people, and I'm like, oh, so this is kind of like confirmed. So that's the delulu thoughts in my head. But either way, I can't even be mad if it's already like completely cast or whatnot. We're using it as fuel, but also it's just fuel for me because it's my addiction anyways. So I don't care. I'm happy. Fourth way, yeah. Hi, Quiet. Hi, welcome to me. I'm like beyond joyful, like happy about that. Heard nothing. Thank God, Lord, yes, I love her so much. The recast that they did is because at the time Rachel had a kid and she didn't want to separate from her newborn baby. Completely understandable. They already had the movie in the works, so then they just recast her. Loved the lady they recast her. I think she did a great job. It just wasn't the same. But also we weren't in Egypt anymore, so it wasn't really the same anyways. But yeah, look at fourth one. After the shitty fucking remake with Tom Cruise, I still enjoy that movie. It was fun seeing the book of it was the Book of Death that they had as a little Easter egg. But no, that's not my mummy movie. Not my mummy movie. So I was playing with cards. I was playing with my affirmation cards. Hey, so I don't. Oh shit! Actually, I don't. The oh shit actually was I don't work. I can have movie nights again, but I don't think the Mummy is online, so I would actually have to get my disc and play it on my computer. The one with Tom Cruise? That is fair. I don't even like what's his name? Hold on. Give me that one. Also suggested. I liked the best friend. The other sergeant. It's played by Jake Johnson. I like his character. That's what I was there for. Also, the mummy itself. Sophia, she slayed. She slayed. Hi, Coco. I needed to message you back again. One, because go to sleep. I want to eat so early. We need to play Halo as well. But hi, Coco. I hope you well. 10-hour trip to my sister's when it comes out. Yes. Oh my god, dude, I'm so excited because they literally just did the 25th anniversary for the Mummy, so it came back in theaters. I saw that. Glorious day. Recorded my favorite fucking scene. Just go deep, go deep. For FNAF movie to come out, it has a release date. It's quite soon. Am I right with the quite soon? I don't remember. I saw the date, but I didn't check the year. I didn't check the year at all. I just saw the date. I'm like, yeah, good enough. Is it this year? It is this year. Okay, yeah, it is relatively really soon. Oh my god. Someone said Halo? Yes, I did. I said your jingle jingle word. Don't you worry. Me and Coco have been playing through it slowly, but then I got really busy with work, but now I don't. Now I don't work. Getting a new SSD. Oh, new SSD. Yeah, Black Friday, so I'll be able to install. Hell yeah. I need to download it anyways. I forgot to download that one when I got my new SSD. I won't lie. And I will download Arc Raiders as well, because I want to try it at least. Fraser is going to be... Yes. Oh, wait. No, Steve. Do you like the Mummy? Oh, I want to meet Brendan Fraser so bad. I want to meet him so badly. I love that man so much. I don't know why I just started making myself cry. I love that man so much. Like, he was my childhood. I love him so much. But Steve, they're making a Mummy 4. Go mean your what, Kev? You said my jingle jingle. I said the jingle jingle. Sorry, I have so much energy because literally the news about the Mummy is like all I'm thinking about. Also, my lucky cat charm broke. The charm didn't break, just the like thing it was holding on. He's like that big name. I want to go. Where is that again? Where's your success? Gimmick. Yeah, 2025, sure. What hotel are you at? You're not at a hotel, you're at the convention center. I want to meet Brendan Fraser so bad. Especially a grunt, a brute, a jackal. Hold on, I need to look at all them again. Hold on. It's at the... Oh, God. Oh, who wants to fly to Minneapolis this weekend? I'm free, except for Saturday. I miss you Saturday. It's the only day. What news? They're making another Mummy. They're making Mummy 4. And it's Brenda and Rachel coming back. I will scream. I will literally boot up my second TikTok that I've been ignoring and literally only talk about the Mummy. I am... Kev, this is my Delulu fuel right now. The Mummy coming back. Actually, can I pet the grunt? That's so real. I would kill the grunt, I feel like. I'm busy this weekend. That's okay, Turnip. Turnip, also, I hope everything went well with the convo you had, because I forgot to follow up with you, but I didn't hear any bad news, so I'm hoping it went well. Decent area? With a parking ramp. Hell yeah. It's cute. Bruce or Draco's gonna fuck them. Okay, so you said kill everybody, adopt the grunt. Grunts are cute. Let's see, yeah. Okay. I don't like the brutes. I don't like the brutes. Jackals are also kind of weird. I almost just want to say I agree with Goomber. I just want to adopt the grunt. I feel like for once in my life, I'm actually disgusted with this. I guess ooh, I don't know. Brute smash jackal, marry grunt. I was about to say, I think I'll probably have to marry the grunt because then I could just like cherish the little guy. So funny. I love their voice lines are really good. I have a good pizza place. Ooh, I'll meet you for You said I'll meet you there. Go meet Brendan Fraser, please. I love that man so much. I was so sad when he disappeared for so long because fuck the industry. It's fucked up. Um Meet the cast. Wait. Twin Cities Con, Minneapolis, Comic Con. Meet the cast. What do you mean, the cast? What do you mean, the cast? Little guys. Okay, well, they're little guys compared to the rest of them. 20 years, she's not over me. Made it clear she'll. If I let her, she hasn't changed at all. Gave me so much anxiety. That's fucking crazy, Turnip. I hope you took care of yourself and you got out of that situation. That's crazy. That's crazy. 20 years? I hope you're doing fine, Turnip. Talented man, that talented man. I still have not watched The Whale because I know I'm gonna cry and I don't want to see Brendan Fraser sad in that. You could go meet Jar Jar Binks. Sorry, that made me excited. Jar Jar Binks. Okay, there's other actually. Oh my god, this man actually Esposito. I actually don't know how to say his name. Giancarlo Esposito. He was at my 4-year university where I graduated from. He did some speech there or something. Don't know, but that still was the most fucked up shit I've seen because I saw it. I was like, I'm fucking graduated. What do you mean? Christian, because she voices on my favorite. Oh, Full Metal Panic. Okay, hell yeah, go beat her. Yes, do it. We had the same conversation 20 years ago. She asked why I couldn't change for her, but I did for Brittany, but she doesn't get it. I didn't change for Brittany. That was the difference. I grew up a little. Yeah, I feel like it's a perfect epitome of you didn't change for Brittany, but Brittany brought out you. Like, you just became more you. So fuck yeah. That's what we like to hear out of a good, healthy relationship. Let's come back out of the spotlight. That's what, yeah. Wait, what? Come back into the spotlight? A lot of people, yeah. Yeah. Actor appearing Friday. Here appearing Saturday. Oh, he's there Friday and Saturday. The fence about going because the money. That's real. That's understandable. Change, you became accepted. Yeah, yeah. Who else is there? Who else can, if you go, can you meet? You can meet. Okay, I love that his last name's actually O'Connor. Cause you can meet the best friend from the Mummy. He's not the best friend at all. You can meet he's on the other side of the fucking river. Kevin J. O'Connor. Actually, Steve, I think you should go. You can meet the really pretty lady from the Mummy. Benny? Yeah. I forgot his name. He has a simple name, too. You can meet... What is her name in the Mummy? She's in the 2. No. Not 2017. 2. No, what's the other? Mela. A Naxunaman. Naxunamun. She plays her. The evil girly? Yeah. I was like, what's her... The normal future present girl is Mela. But she's so pretty. You could meet her, though. She's there. Women. She's so gorgeous. The entire cast is really pretty. It's like they're doing combo photo ops, but they have a photo op with a lot of the Mummy. I think so, because on the main front page, it says, on the front page, it says, meet the cast of the Mummy. I would kill. I didn't know about this. I would have flown out for this. I'm addicted to the Mummy. It is my life. I need Squirtle. You can meet Squirtle. I'm sorry. No, Steve. Actually, scratch everything I have said previously, forget everything about the mummy. You can meet Phineas and Ferb. Don't have a mummy tattoo? Honestly, I haven't really thought about it. I would probably get something Egyptian. It's why I have a lot of Egyptian stuff, and me and my mom are big fans of Egyptian mythology, lore, everything. Go eat. Forget everything, Steve. Meet Phineas and Ferb. Honestly, I would want to meet Phineas and Ferb. That's so funny. But blade tattoo. I feel like I haven't seen all of your tattoos turn up. Which, this is Ghost. Is it Peacefield? Yeah, I remember Nikki saying, oh yeah, Peacefield has a nice, like, calm beginning. I was like, I can't hear anything. I'm beating a boss up. I would. One of the gals who I met on Fan, love her. Oh my god, I had my Ankh earrings on. She was like, the mummy. These are just Ankh earrings, girly. They're just random Egyptian stuff. I could have not known the mummy at all, but she clocked it so fast. I was like, you're so fucking lucky, because actually I fucking love the mummy. And she was talking about jewelry she wanted to get. And oh, Nami's gonna be there. The voice actor Nami. Oh, a couple other Ray Chase. There's a lot of good voice actors that are gonna be there. Nothing beats the mummy cast though. Got it shortly after Trinity came out, because it's just like the one Ryan Reynolds had in the film. That's crazy. That's cool. You could technically afford it. It would just be financially irresponsible to go. You're surreal. You should go maybe like a day, if you can, if that's more affordable. Meow, 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 meow. Oh, I needed to message my wife. I didn't put a space in this. Oopsie. Nope, I got rid of a letter. Okay, I just need to update my wife that Bad Omens is actually really good and I like their music. Can I wait for Stardew? I miss playing games with you all. I miss it so much. I've been looking forward to this a lot. Also, I've missed like calm, cozy gaming too, so I'm very excited. Sexy to fuck it up. Might do a day. I think that'd be good. You can always, if you do want to meet certain cast or stuff. Let's see like our big money maker. He's appearing Saturday and Sunday. Mr. Brendan Fraser. God, I love him so much. I had the biggest fucking crush on him when I was a kid, because like who wouldn't? Who wouldn't? He was George of the Jungle and fucking Rick. I love him. It's there. There's a lot of good voice actors. Like after it goes past the movie live action actors, there's a lot of good voice actors. Like I said, Nami's there. That's all I care about, Nami. Actually, my favorite donut. One of my favorite donuts, actually. There's a lot of good authors, too. And artists. Ooh. Wow. They have a lot, actually. Nice guy. Yeah, I think that's why I've always loved him. And I've always loved... There's a couple of actors that I'm just like, I love them. Keanu Reeves is one of the other ones that I'm like, I adore that man. I adore those two so much. Yeah, there's a lot of good authors. Wow. Dude, I am living. Brenda would be a really kind person and appreciative. I think so too. Especially like a lot of the shit that he went through and then coming back and being so well like received. Like it really was the fans like bringing him back. Like giving that love and support. Seems like the guy who would buy you a drink and give you his shirt off his back. Yeah. I can agree with that. And like, yes, there's always a saying of like, don't meet like your heroes, your icons. I don't give a shit. I love that man. He would be nice. I can clock it. He would be nice. I was drinking a lot of my coffee that re-energized me, but I was also reading your comic, Doc. You're so right. He doesn't use long weapons. Like long range. Yeah, you're right. I need to watch Blade again. We have one of the movies. I actually don't know if we have it anymore. Um. Oh. I'm sorry you guys hadn't heard that. I didn't do my stretches this morning, you guys. That's my own fault. I want reach up. Penny and Stocking music is so fucking good. I'm gonna do some rolls right meow. Oh, somebody followed me yesterday. Dude, the fucking TikTok I posted yesterday, I literally panic edited it on Monday because I was like, I need something for Tuesday. And I was like, what do it do? And I couldn't download the clip I wanted to from Steam like recording. It just wouldn't let me, so it's broken, so I can't get the RV clip I want. But I was like, okay, what am I gonna do? And then I couldn't formulate something that I wanted for Outlast Trials. I have one now, another Outlast Trials TikTok ready for Thursday or Friday whenever I post it. Probably Friday or Saturday. But then I made cat. So if you haven't seen that one, it's just a cat. It's just the cat, me spitting the cat from No, I'm Not Human. I need to watch Heathers again. I need to watch Heathers again too. I've never actually properly watched the movie or the play. You watch anything I can stream in a Discord? I saw you. What were you watching last night, Turnip? Who are the big authors there? I'm not familiar with them. There are a lot of comic authors. There's a couple of normal authors. Let me go back. I'll go back and pull it up, but I'm gonna do some rolls first. Let me do the rolls before I start yapping again. First up is Turnip. 12, 10, and 11. You are doing amazing because you are back with us. We're back being farmers and you have company. Let's see, Doc. 13, 14, 8. You're doing good. Tired of work. Tired. Hi, dude. Let's see. Okay, next up is Kai. Ooh. Yeah, 19, 15. Your back is probably killing you. You got a 9. Not too low. But your back is probably being a bitch. But you get a 19 and 15 because it's farm day. It's farm day. Gumber. Okay, you got an 18, 14, and a 7. You're probably just tired, but you've been doing good. It's because I brought up Halo. That's why your mental health is spiked. Let's see. Dude. I rolled those so far. 17, 14. So you're doing good. You also got a 5. So you're probably just a little EP tired too, but you're doing good. Mentally happy, physically drained. Oh, Wicked. Okay, because I saw the like title card, but it was like the title card of the production company. So I'm like, okay, I can tell you guys are watching a movie. I ain't got no clue what it is. It's so good. It's on YouTube. Ooh. Pretty good. Pretty fucking good, dude. Yeah. I hope you are doing well though. It's a good fucking day. We're fucking farmers again. I got my fucking overalls on and everything. At the literacy world. Yeah, there's actual like comics artist authors there, but then there's some there's like a Star Wars author. Oh, those are artist, illustrator. There's a lot of it's a wide variety of like artist and illustrator. Any other big authors? This person writes Batman and Star Wars and Star Trek. Damn, okay. Let's see. There was a couple other ones down here. Oh, I've seen her stuff. There's a duo combo authors there. Shazam. I'm trying to look for this one author. She is an author. Copper Rich. This girly. There's a good variety. It's mainly like comic author and artist. I mean, such an experience. What's happening on Friday? Oh. Wait, didn't you? Wait, it's a farm. I get good. I get to hang out with all my friends. The night is due to my anxiety for Friday. Yeah, Friday. It's okay. It's okay. We'll be holding your hands virtually and hopefully somebody there physically. Got a baby ghost. Ooh, baby ghost face knife. That sounds cute. You don't know, Blake kills a vampire. The cop yells, "Are you fucking serious?" I love this scene. I don't know if I've ever properly watched the Blade movies, but I love the scene when he suplexes a guy and then just like, boom, stands up. Effortlessly, smoothly. It's so fucking funny. Guy, really? There's a lot of good voice actors. Honestly, for like a smaller Comic-Con, I say smaller just because I'm Southern California. We have San Diego Comic-Con. That thing is atrocious to go to. Hi, God. Get your ass ready for farm. You're obligated to play one day of farm. And then you're allowed to play Deadlock. Or whatever else. But, like, that's a decent, like, lineup for guests there. That is coming with me, so I won't be alone. Okay, that's good. I'm glad you're not going to be alone. You can have somebody there to physically grasp. Have to gym now. That is acceptable. It is okay. The gym is important. What about Car? Is Car there? Yeah. I'm sorry, everybody. I would just like to say that Gar just said, and it's completely okay. It's because I'm still yapping. Anyways, Gar just said, I have to gym. Gar just opened up Deadlock. You won't have to wait. No. It's okay. I just miss her. I just miss my wife dearly. Play movies are pretty good. Probably the weakest link just because there isn't a shit ton of... You know, that's fair. Can't you... You so real for that. Have you seen... Gar, have you seen... I sent... Okay, when I sent Car a specific TikTok that I was like, this is Gar. But it was Deadlock themed. But also, have you seen the TikTok or video of some sort, and it is Mina dancing to the song to, Victor? I miss my wife, Tails. I miss Quiet. Quiet went off to go munch. I'll have to find it. I'll send it to Car. That's all I can think about now with this song. I love Mina. I don't know how to fucking play her. I played her once. Awful. Awful. Not awful experience, but awful experience because I did not know what I was doing. I need that. I need it. My gang was confused when I called Victor Frank one time, but I was playing Haze and she was like, they killed that Frank. I was like, Frank. And they was like, who's Frank? Victor. Like, sorry. She said Frank. To ask, the cat TikTok you made, did you edit the halo effect around the cat or is that in game? I edited it. I learned how to mask it and I masked out the cat and specifically made the cat glow. That's what I learned this week of editing. I almost opened up my DaVinci Resolve. I have been working on the Outlast TikTok for this week. The Outlast stream was really fucking good for farming content, and by that I'm stupid as hell and I get hit so much. It's funny. Finally got a Mina match after last night. Last night after not being able to play the game all day and then boom, internet. That's so sad. To VR, I'm just too weak to motion sickness, I guess. You gotta, yeah, well, okay, Gar, you gotta, have you played VR before, Gar? Like, before this? You're not stupid. In Outlast Trials? I think I am. It's tough to get used to, yeah. As, my wives and Jordy and a lot of them had told me when I did VR Alien, when I first got my VR, they're like, you need to get your VR legs. Because it does. I own the two. Has it been a while then? I will say, but sold it because of the same issue. You really do have to build up your legs for it. I should get you into VR chat sometime. Sorry, I don't know why the influctuation of those words were said in such a way. That was not how you say sentences. But I should get you into VR chat because it's a lot calmer and we can go into not a world where people talk. We can just go in where you change the models, but you can walk around because Phasmo in VR does fuck you up sometimes. Words are hard. Yeah, tone is hard too. It's not even a bad tone. I just fluctuated my words as if it was a question or such a way and then continue speaking. The Team VR plays the Sandbox, super fun. I suggest checking out. That's fair. I see your song of past romance. Well, VR, they have their own story VR games. True. I just know Phasmo is really rough on VR. It makes me sick. It's been a while. I should throw you into the mother mod and Alien. That'll make you sick. I was laying on the floor dead. You're fine, the breath. What other VR games do I have? I have horror maps in VR if you want to play those. What else? What else did we play? This stuff has out it while I saw the first word nothing. I see your palace covered in red. And VR, Robert. I do not like this rock. It's pissing me off. I know exactly what you're talking about. He's the man who is haunting. Remember worrying so hard when you played Alien at Halloween? You were on the floor. I was literally laying on the floor. Oh, I was. The first few streams of Alien were so rough. It is so funny. Like, I handled it well because I know my tummy so well that sometimes I will be completely like normal and I feel the slightest bit of ick in my stomach and I'm like, hey, so I'm going to be throwing up soon. Who? Who? There's an owl among us. Who? Who? Wait, I need to go back to his... Where is it? Oh! He's just an owl. Twitch has an added Marcus voice studio. Ooh, that'd be good. That would be a good voice to add. Stands, I see you on the
Someone is
brink of
possessed by an
death.
owl.
Who? I hate us all because we all think it's so funny. Always tell way in advance when it's about to get ready. Yeah. Sometimes I had to point. Hold on. I just bend to my arm. It's a very weird thing, but it's also very helpful when you know your stomach. I remember at a party in high school. It was graduation. We were graduating. My tummy, I do good and bad. 6, maybe 7. 6, maybe 7. I fucking hate. I don't even like the 6-7 meme, but the 6, maybe 7 really gets me because it's a stupid meme that Jordy posted. Making that joke. An icon, a star. I do good and bad with alcohol. I have to really watch my stomach, but I remember one time when I was drinking and I just felt a drop. It was like, I'm just gonna go to the bathroom really quick. Completely calm. They're like, okay, yeah. I did throw up, came back. I was just like, I'm gonna go to the bathroom again. Threw up again and was like, okay, it's now emptied my body. And then I came back, I was like, yeah, so I just threw up. And they were like, what? I was like, yeah, it's fine. We drink it not today, fuck. I will hydrate though. I will. I've not been drinking my dear. Though. Hi, Fox. This was back in graduating high school. The tingle juggling motion, the titty juggling motion. Why did I say that? Why could I not understand that first word for a second? Hand motion. I'm gonna fucking jump. I'm gonna do it. I just think of the stupid meme, so I don't even think of that. Bottoms up, bitch. You're at work. You're not allowed to. We're all broken. Otto, I love you, but I need my addiction song. This song is so fucking good. I really hate. My brain went to two different things thinking about Pedro. I'm like, man, I love Pedro Pascal. And then I thought of the raccoon. Oh man, do I listen to this song? No, it's queued up. Me too? No, no, not you two. No, not allowed. Said who? There's an owl. Are you an owl? Who? I'm gonna, you know what? Just kidding. I'm joining you. Time to go, boys. Time to go. Song like, it's such a good song. And then I just picture all of the death animations that I put with it. Just all of the being stabbed to death. It was so funny, but I love the contrast of silly happy song and literally going through and just fucking hell and getting slapped every fucking game. The past TikToks that I've been making with Outlast Trials has all been from the same fucking stream, and I don't think I've reused a clip at all. I just got hit so much. I just got hit so many times. I got hit so many. I got hit so many. So many. Turnip, you don't gotta rub it in our face, okay? I love you, Turnip. I love this song. I did start learning some of the Japanese in it, not because I looked it up, but because I had to listen to it so many times. So many times. You really use 3 clips? What clips? What clips? I actually don't even know which TikToks I'm. Jealous. I want wife. Oh, my wives are so far away. Oh, I can't open TikTok on my computer, actually. Yep. My computer doesn't like it. Yeah. Do you want boobs, Turnip? Do you want them? Do you want the back pain? I'll give you the back pain gladly. You have to look at them? Now I'm gonna have to look at them. Because I know I didn't. Except, ooh, no. It's a stupid cat. It's so funny. Like, it's so funny having it just glow. It's the glorious, happiest moment of my life. Oh, one of my cats got out yesterday, and then he ended up on the roof, and I had to climb up on the roof and get him.
That's chat. I'm lying. She didn't reuse any clips.
Yeah, I fucking knew it. I'm the one who edited it. I do have one more repo TikTok I never posted, so I have that in the back files if I ever don't get anything edited on time. So there's that. Think I eat lasagna. Lasagna. You can take my chest if you like. So true. So true. Just take Kai's. He needs them gone anyway. Hims? New gender. Hims. Oh my god, wait, the GG Subs cup that came out for Halloween that was the ghost was so fucking cute. I could not buy that cup because I'm like, okay, some of the other cups I have are like risque, but like not too bad. That one, her titties were pressed up against it. I could not. But they had the boob mouse pad. It was so cute. So suffering from success there too. I'm suffering from success. Damn. We hate to see it. Whatever it call. I don't know why I stopped. At least 1 or 2. They are really good. I mean, I genuinely need to clean this and just fix it up. This cloud thing, really nice. I just need more. And by that, I have one for the mouse, but I only have one. So I either switch it for my keyboard or for my mouse. My mouse. Good, but you choose to be a chicken? Why am I a chicken? Petrope. Why maybe go to chicken? Home for a while. I just finished reading what Turnip said. Real as hell. Real as hell. Pedro. I was just like, that was an aggressive burp. I didn't reuse a single fucking clip. Did I reuse any of these clips in the newest TikTok though? I don't think so. No, I didn't, because the newest TikTok is all that intensive match that I did, and I did not have an intruder in that one. I did get fucking decked in the face by the fake imposters in it, but that's about it. Dude, I got that. That was so rude, getting punched in the face like that. So fucking rude. And then whoop. Can someone explain? So I'll just know I can only learn. I can only learn from pictures. It's like the disgusting. Where? Top surgery. Would it be scammy if I marketed them? Who wants to buy, guys? Limited edition. Oops. One of a kind. One of a kind. Most literally one of a kind. So I can avoid it. Exactly. Limited edition. Only one made. God, I fucking love Godzilla. Sorry. Godzilla appeared. I want to listen to Plot Twist again. This song's so cute. Sorry, Godzilla. Had to. Sorry. Don't be sorry. It's an icon. You're a star. You're an icon. You're a star. Not me just like grabbing my fucking straw. I'm out of breath. Sorry. Not really. I'm not really sorry. I'm just like, man, I talked way too fast. What do we? I was like, what? I almost thought for a second. What do we play today? What am I doing? What am I doing here? Do you guys want an affirmation card pulled? Just finish the Claire. Oh yeah. Okay. So I got a little excited there. I need to buy the Jill duck. I can't afford to get the Jill duck right meow, but I need to get the Jill and the Chris Redfield duck because they're both. God forbid they fucking came out with them both at the same time. Anyways, I just finished the Claire run 2. Should I play The Lost Survivors or go into 3? The Lost Survivors and like the added things in it are just like mini arcade game modes where you try to get out. I do Hunks run is really fun. It is extremely hard. It's going to take you I would say a couple tries just to learn each area. Not that you're bad and saying that I'm bad and it took me so long, so I hope it takes you so long. No, it gets a little confusing. But I would say go into 3. You can beat it in one day. You can beat. Do you go to work today, Kev? Coworker gave me a bottle of liquor for Christmas. What type of liquor? Liquor? I hardly know her. Anyways, I believe I saw that marketed that there's a tofu duck. Tofu duck? That one right there. And then I got my Claire, and I got my Leon. I need to get another one of these, and I'm gonna put that there, move my pegboard down here so I can hang my things. Moonshine. What flavor? Just like moonshine flavor? My eyes are bad? It's okay. He's white and he blends in. That's why I squished him so I can exactly line him. Do you want me to get him? Anything beyond you? Me. Me too. Apple pie. Ooh. I'm also shuffling cards. Would you like me to pick him up? Do you want to see all the ducks again? I have 2 Leons, and I'm so beyond excited about that. The fact that I have 2 Leons. Yes, please. I didn't mean to slam that down. Maybe I did. You know, I was comfy in my chair, too. Those are all my Leon charms. So first up, we do have tofu. Why does a person need 2 Leon ducks? Because my friend gifted it to me after I already had one, and I was like, now I have 2. So he's back there in the wrapper. So he's my collector one. He's my collector one that is never leaving the bag. So we have tofu. We have Claire, who is in it's pleather. It's like the most awful vinyl. But she's in her leather jacket. She's got like her holster and everything. She's got her radio. Like Claire, she got her ponytail, everything. And then we have Leon Resident Evil 2 version. He's got his whole suit, his little radio, and all that. What's he got this at? He's got a weapon. He's armed and dangerous. The Claire Duck is so cute. They released the Chris and Jill, and I'm so excited. I just need to save up some money for that, mainly because I need to buy some other things first, and then I can. He's ready for business. Look at them, they're so cute. This is a horrible addiction. I thought there was only going to be like one, which was this one. They did really good. They're really popular, so they made more. I almost fell. Oh, I hope Kai saw them. Kai, did you see them? Why are they so large? I don't know. They're large and in charge. That's why. Work at 4. You could, if you try hard enough, Kev, if you try hard enough, you could beat it in before work. Probably not because you need to eat. But if you try hard enough, if you just get good and call out of work. Oh my god, there was dust up. I need to dust all of my shelf. I hate how that descended down from the earth above. How much did you give? I forgot how to spell that same. That's a desk. Yes, it is. Yes. Yes, it is. Yes, Spencer. Well, yes. I should just call you yes. That'll be all confusing. Did I log in with this? I logged in with that. Welcome in. Welcome. Yep, yeah. Well, we can... What did you say with that? What did you say? Oh, look, a duck. I was like, what did you say with that? Doc, you didn't need to. Thank you, Doc. Let's see. Do I bet a guy? Yeah. Do I 50% off on Steam? I have the game. I really need to play Liza P. I'm just debating if I'm having a stutter. They make FNAF ducks? Yes, they do. Is that all what stereotypical anime dudes have? My trinket collection in the back? I like trinkets. So I don't think so. Mine's very messy and very dusty and like I need to get rid of a lot of stuff, but I have a lot of trinkets. It's a lot of video game stuff too. Mainly anime here, but there's some video game stuff. So that when I talk to people, pretty people make me nervous. Oh my god. the bubble. I want to say bubble. Ooh, that's really... Sorry, I clicked on the Silent Hill stuff and I might actually buy some of these Silent Hill figures, but there's a statue for the Bubblehead nurse. It's really pretty. But then there's one right next to it of the Abstract Daddy statue, and I do not like that one. I can afford Power Wash before it goes off sale. There's there was a demo for Power Wash Simulator 2. I mean, at least when it's off sale, it's not as expensive either. It's not like a huge sale. Also, that is really tempting. That's true. It's really tempting. I really want to buy it for you. It's not on sale for you? Really? It's on sale for me. Roasting? Or just kidding? Nah, don't worry. Roast all you want. I don't care. Roast all you want. I'm stupid. Please. End me. We're ABC. Resident Evil. Oh, I forgot. I didn't get the one. Okay. Okay, so we can buy one of the ducks. Which duck do we prioritize? I probably could afford buying both of them because then I'm only paying for one duck, you know? Jill? It's specifically Resident Evil 3 Jill, old classic version. So she has that nice bob. Love it. I would look at that. Big duck plushies? Yeah! They started recently doing a lot of the duck plushies. I need to look at the other stuff. Let me see if there's anything for ABM Mass Effect. Damp on the ground. No, there isn't. I should buy. I love my mini Garus. Is he? He wasn't facing me. Duck plushies, yes. A merchant duck? Yeah, yeah. The rubber ducks? Yeah. That's what Quiet needs. On the ground. Jump, 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 jump. Move it all around. He's actually really cute. He's one of the box editions. I really want more of the ducks, but I like the plushies more. The mini ducks are really cute because he's a little dusty, so let me. The mini ducks are cute because they're like this small and they come in a tub. Like this is a little tub. It has feet and everything. I just don't want to take him out of the packaging. I love him so much. He's my sweet baby boy. He's my husband. Do they have a merchant duck? Yes, they have a merchant duck, but it's just like normal duck. Normal size duck too. But yes. Yes. Yes, you may drop the link. It'll give a couple websites where you can buy them too, depending on where you're from. Because I shop from Just Geek, so that should be where you're able to purchase from too, Steve. If he's husband, what am I again? I don't want to say that. No, well, that's a title. I guess I would be similar. You are titled under the daddy title. Damp on the ground. I think Nikki would be mommy. Mommy? Sorry. Mommy? Sorry. I don't like the daddy term. Don't you dare say that to me. Don't you dare say that to me. I'll throw up. I won't throw up. That's quite rude. I do apologize. I hate putting up my hand like, I'm sorry. Do have a tally deck? They do. They do. I'm on Resident Evil. Hold on. Hatsune Miku. I clicked on the wrong name. Damn. No Hatsune Miku duck. Jump, jump, jump. Oh, the next, like, actual physical. Damn, they don't have her up. Fuck. They take down a lot of the ducks, but I'm pretty sure they did have a Tali one last time when I looked when I bought my mini Garus. Step on the ground. Jump, 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 jump. Move it all around. Ooh, they have a lot of good Metal Gear stuff right now. I need Ocelot so badly. I don't think you guys realize my addiction to Metal Gear. Oh my god, that's really funny. It's because of Ocelot. I love Ocelot. I love Ocelot so much. I love Ocelot. I love Ocelot. He is my man. Old Ocelot, smash. Young Ocelot, smash. Love him. I love that man. They don't have his fucking duck. I could have it all. Metal Gear Monday. You're gonna have to fight for that position in line. Ocelot's meow is iconic. Okay, this is a dramatic song. I love my orchestra songs. Let's go to Elden Ring. Elden Ring songs. You're gonna have to fight Kev for that position for Monday because he wants Kingdom Hearts Mondays. I have a small Ocelot, but you can't smash it, especially in winter. You know, understandable. Respectful. Respectful? Good job, me. Respectful. Respectful. I am so sorry. Got Nikki to help me? Got Nikki to help? Okay, yeah, you do. Who am I fighting? Well, now you're politely fighting Nikki and Doc. They want Metal Gear Monday. That means main title game position. You're cool. Why, thank you. I think I'm quite silly. I got like the biggest news of the year. That made me really excited. So I have a lot of fucking energy and I am like fueled for life. Bring it, Kev. Damn, you're bringing a knife? You do have the mini, you did buy the Ghostface mini knife. What are you buying? What are you saying? I should buy the merchant duck, and every time I talking about buying something, talk about buying something, I should just bring it up. What are you buying? What are you selling? Silly? But have you considered that your silliness brings us joy? Yes, it does, and that's why I love doing this. Also, it's been an hour, so we'll start gaming soon. Hi, Games! It's like a good guy doll. Who looks... Me. If I had that shirt, I could pull off a Chucky outfit, okay? I could. I could do it. Sorry, I am nervously, not really nervously, but just like I'm shuffling these cards. These are just affirmation cards, but they're really fun to shuffle. I'm checking when I play. I actually, oh my god, in my I'm still gonna say relative because I don't know if it's like second cousin or what, not what he is. Ready for it? Yeah, ready for a fight. But I have Chucky comics, and I'm like, ooh. But I have all the Alien comics, and I'm very excited to read those. Actually, I just need to clean them all up and then bag and tag them. Literally. I say it's a baby knife, but it's just smaller than Ghostface. I think it might be a little, probably. I'm so sad that, I mean, I'm not so sad. My brother has one that's just like I love the spoon ones. The butterfly knife, but when you unsheath it, it's just a spoon. I want one of those. Our fight will be legendary. Yeah, your fight will be legendary. Affirmate me? Okay. Oh, this is cute. Turn up. Here you go. The one I pulled for you. The circles around me empower me. You couldn't see that for a whole second. That was just, I flipped it and it was just white. That's cute. The circles around me empower you because we do empower you. Fuck yeah. I saw you open up Stardew Valley. Knock, knock. Me every time I do this. I like shuffling these cards. Also, I need to shuffle these cards more because they stick to each other a lot. This is my circle of friends. Why, yes.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
I'll stretch out my legs. They popped. Get self-care, bird. You self-care too. You stretch. You double hydrate.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
My posture is actually good because I'm sitting up. I'm so excited about everything today that I'm just wowzers. I'm sitting up straight. I am straight today. That's a bold fucking lie. That's a bold fucking lie. Nuh-uh. The fuck you mean, nuh-uh? The knock knock? You say who's there? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Spencer. Knock knock. Who's there? Oh, sure is getting better. Fiscal. I have to go. That's interesting. I mean, that's good though. A small guy who. I'm wondering where this will go. I don't know what this song is. I know what it is, but I don't know. I think it's another. A small guy who doesn't have hands to knock knock. No. Bent by nature. Yeah, your canon event was to never be straight. In every way. I'm gonna stop shuffling these things. They're just really nice to shuffle. Oh, I was like, what the hell? I got the Ko-fi notifications. No. I can't speak English today. 2 days and we'll see why they wouldn't give it to me. I hate them. They need to give you straight back. I could have almost said they need to give you back shots. No, they don't. No, they don't. But in a sense, you might get shots in your back. Most literally. The new term? Pansexual? Think it's closer to me than... What is that one? Hold on. I say hold on because I had the cards in my hand and I really wanted to shuffle them. I mean, wait. You said, actually... May need some back shots. You're so right, you know, not discriminating at all. Bow, 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 bow. Ooh. Longer I thought pansexual meant somebody who likes pancakes a lot. That's a new one. Are you Googling it? What do you think I'm doing? Yes. Also, not really paying attention to it. It's interesting. Kai, I really want to buy you Power Wash. 2. That's a new one though, hearing someone who likes pancakes. It's usually pans, which is completely understandable. I make that joke still all the time. Sounds like me? Yeah, it does. I mean, that one adds up because it's more. Oh, I was gonna put a belt on. I don't care. I'm sitting. Ow. It's like I say, like you go for the vibes, but the vibes are feminine energy. That I could hide your cast irons. No. Oh, my cast irons. I'm keeping them away from you. We are gonna start farming in 1 second. Sorry, I really like these ones are so smooth. My normal deck that is like that one there, where I'm menacingly pointing that Kai won't be able to see. The edges are fucked up because I've been shuffling them for so long. So these ones are very crisp and nice to shuffle. And I can bend these ones because I care about them, but they're just affirmation cards. Stay there. Okay, we crunch, and you know what time it is, gamers. I'm gonna slowly switch over for Stardew. What if we listen to the entire, Epic, the musical? Did that just, like, not exist before? Well, don't matter, we're here now. We are playing Stardew Valley today. For everybody else who is new here today, too. For you, Spencer. We're playing Stardew today, Community Farm, so we have our set community who is joining us today. Tomorrow is Resident Evil. I'm thinking about Friday of streaming. Still not sure, but I'll update the Discord. So, yeah. Ow. I just think in my mind loudly, if you can hear me, then I'm counting for you. Just to freak out someone who can listen to people's mind. You said, I'm just gonna check all of my boxes just in case this person's a freak. Then I'll scare him. Even if someone not on the other side. Actually, wait. Wait, what do you mean, God? What do you mean? My brain hurt. Also, which side do you mean? Someone not from the, not on the other side. You're. Sorry, I dropped my cards. Do we stream Friday? If I'm not going anywhere Friday, or if I don't have anything to do, I might, because I really want to play VR Alien. Saying specifically for election is sketchy, and I really distrust all sides at the moment, government-wise. Real as hell. Real as hell. Honestly, understandable with how everything is happening. It's understandable to not trust anything. I always say, because we were talking about certain stuff with friends and family, and I'm just like, he may not be the best, but you know, I'll take him for now. And that's to our governor right now, Gar. Because some things he does, I'm like, thank you. And then overall, it's just like, I don't really care for you. But thanks for doing that one thing. Friday movie night? We could do Friday movie night. We do have options. I wish I could read your Google history. A bunch of adult Roblox stuff. I've never touched Roblox a day in my life. Though, not hating you. Hey, roasting is fine. Hating is another thing, and that's what we don't allow. And I say roasting mainly because I make fun of myself. I have never touched Roblox a day in my life. Though, however, especially since I have a Android phone now, my Google is connected to my Google here because it's to the same fucking site, it's the same fucking account, whatnot. You'll find all my AO3s on there. Do I have an account? No, I don't know why. I'm freak. I forgot to change it to Stardew and I didn't actually open it. Oh, Outlast Trials has an update. They're starting. We'll boost this open. AO3, yes. Not allowed to make fun of yourself. I fight you, but it's funny. But it's funny. I will collect all my little goobers in a second. Don't you worry. Oh, here's my random calm music. I think I need to stand up. I have a lot of energy today. I'm gonna go make Gigi subs in a bit too. See a lot of white stuff on that mic? It's so funny because you're not wrong. There was a lot of white stuff. It's because I'm a white cat. And she had moves the microphone. It get excited on the... Kind of fighting? Why are you two fighting? There's more people. Oh, okay, hold on. Clicking co-op. Need to like put their thought to things. Everything's moving. I agree. That's why I'm like the occasional good, and it's occasional good where it's like, okay, thank God, like you actually speak up and like put your foot down against other certain people to not get too political here. In a sense of, I don't want to die about that today. But like, yeah. Agenda whiplash. That's real as hell. Real as hell. I've been reading my little game books. I might actually have to put a bell on. I forgot how big these overalls are. Watch Hello Princess Crap. Hello. Hello Princess. Sorry, I didn't switch the game and then I started fixing my overalls. And I didn't open up the game yet. Sorry. I'm all over the place. I might change my music in the meantime. No, I'll open up the game first. Host Five Nights at Farm. I mean, Sarah is a confirmed gooner? Sure, yeah. I think the cat on the screen has seen some stuff. Like the tie he leans to knock before the... He learns to knock before opening the door. That's fucking crazy. No, he's just on drugs. I try to jump. Okay, I pause it and we wait for everybody. He's on catnip, okay? Cat. Oh, also the cat on the screen in the corner is Chat Cat. That's his name. Yeah, he's just on catnip. Don't worry about him. I'm still shuffling these for no reason. I need to put it down. That's upside down. Yippee! I'm so glad. Oh, my peoples! I will come collect you. I'll come join you guys in 1 second. I'm gonna switch my music and then I will join. I need a certain playlist, but I don't know what to listen to today. My little rant. I'm gonna go destroy my muscles now. No worries, Gar. Hey, you gotta amp up that hypeness. Maybe Deadlock made you angry as well. Hopefully, for Jim's sake. You go. You go and you go. You go kill your muscles. Soon be a Bob Marley of the cats. Fuck yeah.
Somebody here's my neighbor.
Elliot.
I mean,
this girl,
if you had the voice of Jet stuck in your head,
oh shit.
you two would look like this.
Hi.
Oh my god.
Hello.
Hello. Where's everybody? Everybody's in a... Oh god, I
with an L
love
with 2
that.
Ls. Hello.
Hello.
You joined it right as I was Elliot.
Elliot.
Hi, Sarah.
Hello.
Thanks for being the best part of my hump day.
Yeah. I need to put a belt
I'm
on.
not saying something because I got to juggle titties today.
Not the 6, maybe 7.
I think
Maybe
there's
7.
no missing in this.
Oh. I'm missing in this.
Hello.
It's an eye.
Hello, Trep.
Ooh.
Hi, girl.
Hi, girl.
Just like that, he's gone. Is tis a word? Yes. Well, tis is like this. Tis. Tism.
This is like twas, was like
Ism.
twas the night before Christmas.
Oh my god.
That type thing.
Hmm.
Unless I've just said something completely bad, then ooh.
No, you're right. You're right.
No,
it's a
you're
good comparison. I was just
You're
still
good.
giggling in my mind about tism.
Hi, that isn't.
That's all that's going on my brain. I don't know. Also, don't know what I'm doing in this game.
Me too.
Oh, yeah,
Christy,
just-
me
Go
too.
back fishing.
No. I'll be right back. I'm putting on a belt.
What are my buttons?
I don't know.
What do
I
you need a
did them.
belt?
Oh, I can put my headphones on while I do this.
You don't need a belt. Why would you need a belt?
Because this material's too heavy.
Oh, gang, we have run out of hay.
Hey. I'll go.
You're wearing
Hello.
overalls. You don't need a belt. I don't understand.
They are extra large overalls.
I don't see a problem.
They're too heavy on my shoulders.
Yeah, no, we
Oh,
have
okay.
run out
That's
of
a
hay
problem.
for the chickens.
I'm sorry,
the
chickens. You
cows.
must starve now. We'll eat nuggets soon.
So we should call in the Navy. We
This
should
guy sounds
definitely call in the
British,
Navy
like
to bring
Mr.
in more hay.
I feel like that's a compliment, Mr. Bean British. I love
Hey,
Mr. Bean.
girly.
Wait, which one
Hey.
does that imply to?
I know. I'm wondering which one. You got two options here. You got the
There's two options.
you got the glooby little cat at the bottom, or a bear. Oh my god, my mom put the bear TV show on yesterday. I was so happy.
Bear.
Yeah, I was like, oh my god, it's Kai. Except I couldn't say that because I'm like, she's not gonna understand.
Hello, don't mind me.
Oh, we need more. We need more.
Yeah, no, we are like running out. I might have to go and buy. Wait, no, Mom's not in a. Wait, no. Do I have the book?
We're almost
Do I
done,
have the book?
but we have a lot of
What do
chicken.
big horses eat?
Well,
Ah!
Hey girl,
Where's-
I said hey girl,
There's
I
a
said
book
he.
which you can
Is it
buy from
he?
Marnie, which lets you buy from her shop when she's not there.
man, we need that because she's never fucking there.
I know, but
I'm
she's not
chopping
here
all of the
today. That
lawn.
means the animals are gonna starve.
I think we should have enough now. I farmed more. I chopped the grass.
Yeah.
Let me check on the
I'll kill
cows.
some birds and bring them for food. Chop them up.
We eating good. The
Arr,
what the hell?
What
What the
arr, arr.
what the
What the hell?
what the I don't know what I'm doing. The barn is good. Down the barn down my car is good. They have enough.
Hello.
Hello. Damn it. Hello.
No, my watering can.
Hello.
Hello, wizards. Don't put your hands behind
No.
your back and say the extra large.
That's Sarah.
Found the man on Instagram and sent it to Turnip the whole street.
Oh my god.
I hate it.
I need my more
hate it.
coffee.
I hate it.
Wait, was it the normal version or the
Understandable,
deer
because-
version?
Oh my god, we have
No, it's
Christmas.
the normal version. I couldn't be bothered to find the deer version.
Oh, Jody, I'm just gonna give her a
I gotta-
diamond.
I gotta. It's a minute.
Uh-huh.
A minute.
Eh,
I stuck a dinosaur egg.
Oh. What the hell did dinosaur do? Why did dinosaur do swimming?
I don't
Diva-
know.
Diva Cat sounds like
It's a little special.
the pink. I'm sorry, did you just call Quiet the pink Diva Diva Cat?
Pink Diva Cat?
Damn.
You were a
mean,
diva.
That's
Does
That's
Bailey
cool.
even have cat
Cat.
in it, Quiet?
Yeah, Bailey's
I'm a
like a
cat.
manticore. A cat manticore.
Yeah, but manticores don't normally have cats in them.
Yeah, there's like two variations. There's multiple variations.
Look, I don't know. I'm a little stupid, okay?
Me too. Where's a herring?
High
Shut
five!
up.
Come on. What? There you go.
Hey
I
pretty
think I don't
people,
know.
how
I
are
used to
we
know
today?
manticores.
Hi,
Maybe
Haunted.
not think
Happy
that's
belated
why
birthday.
not,
Herring. Ocean. I got the
Happy
critical information.
I'm trying to catch this fish, but he's being mean and bullying me.
Kill him. Pull him out of the water, bite him, put it back in, and say, "Get on this.
Ryan!
Get on this."
I failed.
Fucking
I'm
real.
a failure.
Manticle is very adulting.
Sorry, I'm a
Manticle.
failure.
Oh,
A manticle. Ow, meow. Oh, let me fish Haunted really quick, and then I'll do your roll.
hi Sarah.
Hello.
A
Actually, I can do it.
manticore
Did you just
is-
catch a herring?
It's a mythological creature.
Yeah, let me get the
So-
definition up for you.
Is it mythological?
531. Odds up, sweetie. You need to get some rest, Haunted. But we love you here. And we're
Okay, you
fishing.
what? A manticore is a legendary creature from ancient Persian mythology, often depicted as having the body of a lion, the head of a man, and a scorpion tail that can shoot poison darts. But you can have it so it's like it doesn't have to have a human face.
Yeah,
There we are.
I don't like the
Yeah.
human
So
face
it's a
part.
creature.
The human face part is not
Yeah.
very nice.
Yeah,
Man,
that's
No.
I just like the man tickle. And I'm like, yes. Yes.
You like tickling a man?
No.
Pervert.
Disgusting. Where? I got Teto singing in my. Why am I catching a red mullet? Cat sneezed. I think he woke himself up.
I love
Good
you,
question.
Teto.
Teto potato.
I love you, Teto.
We love our queen. Oh yeah, fishing.
Fish.
Holy shit.
Fish.
Got a bream.
I swear I had a thing that opened geodes, and now I can't find it. Never
We're
mind, I'm
living
I
blind.
don't
It's
think-
snowing.
Living lives in game than in real life. Yeah, we are.
Geode
Yeah, we are,
crushes are
Spencer.
so expensive.
Yeah.
Fish. Fish, stop it.
Fish.
Fish.
Oh god, it's already nighttime? What the crap am I doing?
Yeah.
I want to eat it. The
Give your cats lots of pet haunted. Oh shit, I just missed that completely.
Doc acted like I asked him a life-changing question. All I asked was, what's your favorite soup?
Soup. I love soup.
But what's your favorite soup?
I love soup the cat. Why are you catching all the herrings?
My favorite soup.
I don't know.
I have all the mullets.
I only catch red herrings.
Damn, bitch. No. Oh, I caught a herring. Okay, bye. Do I only need one?
Oh, okay.
I only need one.
I had bolognese.
The rest are getting smoked. Chicken soup. I do love Mexican chicken
I
soup.
hardly know.
Mwah. Delicious. Ooh,
Never stopped
albondigas.
me.
Albondigas is great. Oh, I forgot this Teto song got added to my... Oh. Well, fuck. I might not make it to bed.
What fuck?
Well,
I'm in a little
wouldn't you make it to bed?
cutscene.
It's only 9.
Yeah, I don't know
like
how
5
long this is
hours
gonna
left.
take. I'm walking so slow. You say that you're tucked in bed.
Clint. Oh, it's
Yeah.
Clint.
Care to join me?
Oh.
Why are you
No.
walking so slow?
Oh.
I do care about joining you, and I don't want to. What's on your mind? I have a terrible luck with a woman. Yeah. Have you seen yourself, sir? You're a bitch.
With that
And you're-
beard, though.
Mean.
Yeah, but his personality. You're
Yeah, he's kinda
you're
weird.
a girl knight.
It's like,
Impress women with your strength and charm. Act crazy to keep people guessing. Treat the women this.
Press
That
it.
one? Yeah, okay. I'll keep that in mind. Don't keep that in mind. Oh no, Emily, run. Go back to your husband.
keep it
He's
in
not
mind.
here right now.
Run.
Oh, hey, Durdo.
Hey.
Can I get for you? What can I? Oh yeah, she's a bartender. Yes.
The bar.
Yes. What can I get for you
Gotta
tonight?
get that to me.
Yes. My answer all the time. Big
What was I saving
and
up
cheesy
money
with
for?
extra sauce, please. Big and cheesy. Meow, 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 meow. Hello, Emily. Your husband appeared for 1 second and then left to go to the gym. I'll read all the dialogue like that. Oh, cheddar broccoli soup, cheddar broccoli rice. Love that.
Cheddar broccoli.
Cheddar broccoli. Cheddar broccoli.
I love cheddar broccoli.
I love broccoli. Oh, I have cucumbers at the fridge. I just need to chop it up.
There's also
I
a,
had a baby with Elliot.
Oh yeah, wait, I had a kid. Wait, didn't I have a kid? Oh shit, did I check on my kid? Yeah, because I
forget
think
you
I
had a
did.
kid?
I think I have a kid.
I don't have a
Shane, I
kid.
hate you. Okay, I hate both of y'alls. Oh, hey, what up? It's getting late? Yeah. I wish I could leave.
Getting late.
I'm doomed. Yeah, you are, bitch. Okay, I'm not giving Pam her
You know,
fish.
there's a skip button at the bottom.
Yeah, but I want the dialogue. I want to hear it.
I used to read that one.
I want to torture myself by listening to Clint.
Why in the
Okay,
fuck?
cool. Where's?
My
Oh, I
kid
had a
junior
dice
high
out
was
the whole time.
evacuated. Fun. Why?
Fireworks are loud. Fireworks. Ooh, diamond. What was I gonna do? I needed to check on my
it's
kid.
bonfire night. If you guys can
Fire.
hear fireworks, ignore that.
I did have a kid. Bruschetta.
Oh.
Bruschetta. Bruschetta.
Oh my god, bruschetta!
It is the night of fireworks. Yeah. Yeah.
There we go.
I got a
Bonfire
caramel in
night.
the fridge.
Welcome in.
Hey.
You can't go to my
Oh.
husband's side.
Oh, so,
He doesn't allow anybody there.
Yes, I do. Wait, what?
That's not your title, remember?
I know. But you don't like my title, so.
Yeah. I don't think anybody actually has the husband title.
Kind of the only I was gonna say, is anybody special enough to have a title?
My wives.
Yeah.
Special
My
enough.
wives. My
You know
bear.
we let
I
off
don't-
fireworks to celebrate the Houses of
Nobody,
Parliament not
I'm
being
nobody's
blown
wife
up.
or
Oh
husband.
yeah, remember the 5th of November. I love you for Vendetta. I
Yeah,
love you for Vendetta. I love that movie.
Wait, can I have the title of bullshitter? I think that's a funny title for me. I like
Oh my
bullshit.
god, my baby can crawl!
Oh my god! Where's my husband? He's not taking care of the kid.
My baby!
Bruce is sleeping. I need to sneeze.
Nothing's more scary than seeing a
Bless
baby
you.
crawl. Bless
Oh, thank you. I'm gonna go smoke some fish. I was
It's Leah's birthday,
Ooh. Might give her cheese.
apparently.
you.
Fed all the farm
I didn't
animals?
even realize it was her birthday. My
Oh,
wife,
Sebastian fed the animals.
No.
I don't know. Oh, he talked about slime.
Kent, can you stop sending me bombs in the mail?
Marnie,
That's
give me
actually-
hay.
I think I hate crime.
Marnie, give me hay. Sorry, I don't know why I said it the second time like that.
Ooh, those are gold powder
Anyway,
now.
I put the hay in the hay.
Anyway,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go give your wife a gift. I hope you don't mind.
You know,
Fuck.
if that's not a pickup line, I'll be very disappointed.
Don't you know it,
He's
baby
in the
girl?
kitchen.
Baby
That's not
Will.
my
I know, I autopiloted.
When you try your best, but you don't succeed. Hey, fireworks, I like how they look.
Enough right now.
Of course, I was born on bonfire night. Fair enough. I'm so used to fireworks
Sorry, I got a
now.
costume with Leia.
Haunted. Where am I going? I was gonna go check those animals, but fuck them.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
why are
go.
you giving me a cutscene?
Wait, I didn't even
Why
bring a
have you
gift for
suddenly
her.
Teleported to Sarah's house.
Why are you in my house?
I don't know.
Where am I?
hell? No, don't eat it. Okay.
I was wondering
Why
how
is it?
you were not there. I'm like, what?
And then that thing.
But I eated it.
La vaca. Goat cheese, come here. Fireworks? Maybe it's because I love explosions. Maybe you like arson. No, yeah, that checks out. That's real as hell.
Jesus.
I want to go get cheese.
I love worms. Worms.
Worms.
Oh,
Yum.
Worms icky. I don't like worms anymore.
Anymore? Oh. So you wouldn't love her even if she was a worm.
The Magnus Hug.
Yeah. I
Oh.
I remember the fucking comment, the fact that somebody
Trying
commented
not
that
to
on that.
spoil you on it.
That one I know because that's the one
But-
I'm on. Almost done with it. It's just
no, that's
oh the rest of
like,
it.
when you get to the end of the first season, there's a lot of worm.
Yeah. I still love somebody. Oh. Why am I in my house now? Beautiful day, isn't it? Bye, turnip. Bought you a gift. It's a sculptor I've been working on for. Oh my god, just for me? It's not like you just said that
Oh my
to
gosh,
somebody
give me that
else.
too.
It was just for me though. You're right?
Uh-huh. So we're not gonna talk about the statue that's right next to all of my my kegs and things.
Or right next to all the turnip statues too.
Yeah.
It's definitely one of a
There's
kind.
a few.
It's definitely special.
Still missing one.
Which one are you missing?
Krobus.
Ah, Krabush.
I don't know who I gave it to.
I know.
Are you sure it's even on this save and not on a different save?
Yeah, I remember I got it, and then I stuck it on somebody's farm because I thought it was funny, and then I don't remember.
If it was left to the gods, it was a Reynard.
It's not on my side. No, because he's like doing uni stuff.
But it was by the time that
Yeah.
Reynard was playing when it went missing.
Mm. I don't know.
It's been missing for a while. It's here somewhere. Krobus took it back. Krobus said, actually
That son of a
mine.
bitch.
Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow, meow. Wait, Pam's over here. I need to give her a fish. Meow, 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 meow.
The one thing I hate about
Meow, meow,
fishing
meow,
in this game,
What? You hate fishing?
Is- if you have like, say for example, you have two red mullets and one is like a gold star and one has no star, why can't they just stack
Yeah.
and not just
I get
separate?
2 bone flutes
That-
from a chest. I need to donate them, but I got 2 of them in the same chest.
You say you got a bone flute?
In the chest and
I
then
got
a
a
You're
bone flute.
boning?
got a
I
bone
hate
flute.
us all. I hate us all. I hate us all. Except for Quiet. Quiet's just over there fishing.
Over there being quiet.
I'm gonna
He's
go
never
creel
quiet.
myself.
I'm
Who's
not.
boning?
I got
don't
a
know.
bone flute you can play.
Oh,
Me.
Not I.
yeah, Kai's boning.
Me and my
Hi,
husband.
Sadie. I love you. Is there any fruit? No. You and your yeah, you did have a kid.
Yeah, we do have at least one child.
But you did
so-
adopt the child, so but you know, it's spirit. What was I doing?
I gotta make up
Oh.
for the fact.
Yeah.
Is the
Oh,
Krobus
God.
statue purple?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know
Oh,
where
I
it
got
is.
magic rock candy.
Is it in Reynard's house?
Yeah. It cannot be
Wait,
What
removed
a shocker.
with all the rest of the freaking fireplaces.
Wait, you can't move it?
Oh no, it stays there. That is
Oh.
now Reynard's. Property of Reynard. Bam, 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 bam. Hey.
Yeah, we are.
Oh, look at that me. Damn. I'm gonna go. Okay, so the cute guy that I went out with on Halloween wants to go out with me again. Okay. Oh, that fuck it. It can't be after Saturday because on Saturday I'm gonna go get wrecked, but I'm getting 2 weeks with Samwise doesn't
I thought that was you saying you had a date. I'm like, no, that's
That would be a bold fucking lie.
Sarah?
Oh my
Dating? What?
crazy.
Sarah doesn't date.
Oh my gosh, Shayla, keep it updated. I need to respond to your text too. What is this? I don't know what that is. I just like that, and Samwise doesn't need to see that. I don't know what I'm doing. Hi.
Do you like the bone flute?
Is that a bone flute, or are you just happy
wanna
to see
play
me?
My bone flute?
I got a tail.
Offering my bone flute to
Oh my
you.
I'll let
god.
you put your lips on my bone flute.
Do you like my bone flute?
How do I? I can offer you.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Thank you. Thank you for the bone
Jesus Christ. You're a prostitute now. You got paid for your bone flute.
No, it was equal transaction. If I don't look like I got into a
I said when I
fight,
was a hooker
I'm
too.
gonna be sad. Yeah, whoa. Hey Maru.
This isn't news.
Sweet Vanilla Samwise doesn't deserve that. That's so real. That's so real. Sweet,
need
sweet baby
something.
child doesn't need to see that
I
side of
think I
you.
might have issues.
Ah, we all do.
Yeah,
Yes.
we all got issues.
It's okay. We're in this together. Brother,
We're
no.
just together, Breasty.
Yeah, Breasty.
Thank you, Brusty.
Fuck it up,
I
Breasty.
I love breasties.
I can't stop. It's your fault.
Fuck yeah, Breasty. Fuck yeah, Breasty.
Breasties.
I got a rusty spoon.
I got high Brusty.
spoon. Void Salmon, dinosaur mayonnaise, wine. Oh my god, I have a basement. I gotta go check that.
Oh, no.
I'm
no.
so excited for you, Shaylin. Oh my god, I'm so excited for you. Fuck it up. Get back into the dating world, but man, I hear many horror stories. There's so many
Yeah.
dating horror stories.
No, I only used to date.
It's not worth it.
It's a,
Too
no
scary.
hesitation. Nah, don't need that.
Nah, I don't need that.
Nah.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Anybody want a
Why
rusty
do that when I
spoon?
can shower my friends with love.
Wow.
What was he doing?
I would ever marry is Elliot. I'm so sorry.
I'm so excited. Yes, as you should be. Be hyped, Shaylin. Be hyped. Oh, those are all my flowers. Be. What was I doing?
I can't believe it.
My wine, my basement. That's what I was doing. I don't have one in this one. Oh my god, that's in the other save. Oh my god, I have wine in the basement in the other save, and it's been sitting there for a month.
Yo.
That's fine, it's fermenting. That's what wine does. Right?
So to get wine from 0 stars to iridium quality, then it takes 2 in-game months. So
Oh, that's fine.
Wow.
Mine's been
It's-
sitting there
Well,
waiting.
forget
to get
about
it
that.
to
And it
But-
doesn't
but
matter
to
what.
get it to
fruits you
silver,
use,
a
right?
month total. It doesn't matter. So wine, I believe,
I love you,
one
Shaylin.
wine sells for, I believe it's like 5 times the cost of, like, the sell price of the fruit. And then iridium quality doubles, well, not doubles, but
Iridium money.
iridium quality ups that, and then if you have the artisan profession, it ups it even more.
Ooh.
There we go. I have. So yeah, you can get a lot of money.
Wait, when did I put a Christmas tree
Shaylin,
in
if I
here?
just show up to work, they'll be so confused. Like,
Oh,
what the hell are you doing
God.
here?
Decided to vandalize all our houses.
What? He vandalized the house.
I got a
Yeah,
Christmas
with,
tree.
Oh, the Christmas tree vandalizing. The Christmas criminal.
Yeah, he gave me wallpaper.
The Christmas criminal. I really like shuffling these cards. Oh no. I need. They're just affirmation cards, but they just have a nice like shuffle.
I don't know what that word is.
Affirmate. You're
Oh.
doing great. Type of thing.
Hey, but what does the word mean? Just kidding.
That's a hard thing.
Or
That's
that,
a
like,
hard-
positive messages.
They're like positive little things to say to yourself for the day. Okay, Sebastian, you can go around me. I was sleeping in bed.
No.
Get up. I had to do
Can't.
a whole U-turn to get back in bed. I'm not gonna date. I'm gonna wait till my loneliness gets too much and I take my whole trip to Flavor Town. Affirmation is my
Hey,
king.
but
I mean, I won't king shame
Hi.
that king.
Wait.
Good for you, king.
Hi.
Get
My kink is
affirmated,
kink
bitch.
shaming.
I love that stupid.
I need to actually look up the definition of affirmation.
Wealth is my birthright. Fuck yeah, that's a great affirmation. I'm just sitting in bed. I should enunciate my words
too.
better, because that does still sound like I'm saying
Who needs to
shitting.
enunciate
I'm
words?
sitting. Well, because it sounds like I'm either sitting in bed or I'm shitting in bed, and I don't want the second one.
Well,
So-
You
I
should not
would,
be shitting
Oh.
on
I would highly recommend that you not be shitting in bed.
Exactly. So I need to enunciate my
You
words.
do what you gotta do, but you know, don't expect me to come climb back into bed with you. I mean, what? Oh look, I have 30 hay in my chest over here if you need it.
Put it in the hay collection. Also, you have made the
I will
Flavor Town
go
joke
find
done.
it.
Hey, girl.
Hey, girly
Hey,
pop. You were all my
princess.
girly pops. My
Hello,
princesses. All of us.
Brother.
Hey, girl. Hey, brother. Hello.
Brother,
Brother. Brother, no.
brother.
Brother, may I have some oats?
What is it?
Where do I find a silo?
Behind my the
Uh,
graveyard behind my house. Literally the graveyard.
Also, it's 1 a.m. Get a bed.
Got it.
Nah, 1 a.m. is prime gaming time.
I'm
You're
just trying
so
to get through the
right.
graveyard. I'm kind of
Quiet. No, you have a 9
Just
to
go on the
5
left
now.
side.
You can't do that.
You have a
You
9 to
can't do that,
5. You
fuck it.
can't. Unless you want to perish. I have frogs in my
I added
house.
30
Which
pieces
you're not
of hay
allowed to
to the-
do. You're legally not allowed to do that. I'm
Oh,
going to
what?
fight you if you do that.
I know, I will.
I need to stop
Did you know
shuffling
the
these
funny
cards.
thing
I'm
was
not
that-
paying
Go up
attention.
there.
Yeah,
You do what you want.
exactly. Thank you,
No!
Doc.
Don't
Thank
listen
you.
to Doc. No!
Fist bumps.
Bad. Tisk, tisk, tisk. No, 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 no.
Oh, I see a voice.
You suddenly I cast you're illiterate and you can't read chat. I
Don't
cast
do that.
illiteracy.
Fuck you.
Hat sucks to be you. I can't read.
I need water. I like this
Hmm.
cup. What's wrong with this?
Lots of things.
You're so right. I can't believe
Get
this
a new mug. I
string
need to get a
broke.
winter mug.
I could bring out my
Yes.
sanity mug.
So, huh?
I need to be let. I need to be let free in a home bargains again.
Yes.
Do home bargains do like gift cards? Oh, hello! I didn't see you there. Like gift cards.
Hello.
Blueberry gobbler.
I don't know. They
Ah.
might.
Gee.
They might. I can look it up.
I'm getting you that for Christmas.
And I come on the game. What's on the day list? 2010 throwback pop Wednesday morning. Okay. Oh. Immediately super in a cup of the Pink Pony Club. All rise for the Pink Pony Club anthem.
Tomorrow is Christmas.
Oh,
Christmas, just a week away.
Just
oh
a
my
week
God, guys, I can't
away.
believe it.
I
Christmas,
can't
just a
wait
week
to see
away.
that. That's gonna be stuck in my head.
I miss Autumn for simply that redeem in her stream. If we're stuck in my head, tomorrow is a winter start. Yeah.
You can, in fact,
Meow, meow,
get
meow, meow, meow.
gift cards for home bargains. Quiet.
Okay, thank you.
Meow, 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 meow.
I don't
Taking
know why I'm
note.
telling you this, because now I know full well.
Taking note.
You can't take note.
Nothing will stop me.
Oh my god, should we all collectively get home bargain gift cards for Kai?
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Cat.
I don't know what you just said.
Essentially home goods.
Yeah, it's like it's
Yeah.
Pony Club.
Except I'm not allowed to go in there purely because I'll spend money.
I'm dancing
What
at
is
the
it?
West. Home goods.
they just sell like a bunch of home goods. It could be anything. Like
It's like
Oh,
home goods.
Yeah.
You keep
They
saying
have
home goods.
seasonal
It's like home
section.
goods, and I don't know what that means.
You've never been in a home goods before?
I don't know what that is.
A store.
And they sell home
we
goods?
also
Yeah, yeah.
We don't have
What are
one down
home
here.
goods?
Goods for the home.
Like food?
Honestly, they
Well,
actually do.
Our one sells food.
yeah, basically it's anything. It could be like travel.
Meow, 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 meow,
They have
meow.
travel on here, but it's basically like all the home goods. Like you can get cushions, towels, like cheap toys. You can get mugs.
Oh.
You can get plates.
I
It could
bought
be
my
like
hand from Home Bargains.
Oh,
yeah,
Maybe
it's like
standing one.
think
I
of
must-
Walmart. No, not Walmart. Yeah, think of Walmart, but not
But
Walmart.
it's also kind of like, from what I've seen of the inside, it looks kind of like Target as well.
Ah, there you are. That's it. I must have. Yeah,
Interesting.
Target.
Okay.
Target's
Target.
Yeah.
I need to buy. I just bought a shit ton of cookies.
Cookie.
Sure.
Me get in
Yeah.
shape. Yeah, me also cookies.
Can I have cookies?
I
Yes,
have cookies.
because I need to go to Target and I need to buy the
Yay.
Christmas cookies.
share.
I
Send
want to
them
go buy
over.
gingerbread cookies.
I don't know if they'll make it.
Oh, they will.
You said
I'll make
no
them
option.
I'll
They
look over there.
will. If I just take a trip out, I'm packing only cookies in the suitcase.
Hell yeah.
Understandable.
And cats. Double whammy.
Like
Cookies
real
and
cats?
I
cats.
don't know if the cats would appreciate that.
I don't know,
Yeah.
maybe.
Probably not.
What if
Honestly.
they're a stuffed animal? What if it's Build-A-Bears?
Oh, that's fine, yeah.
Can I take you to Build-A-Bear?
Yeah.
I just spent
No,
every
but you
single
did-
bit of my money on another room.
What days? It's Wednesday. We don't get a day tomorrow. I'm not picking that. I don't know what to do. Home goods is damn expensive. Yeah, they are. They have really pretty stuff though, and I'm
Home
like, wow.
Bargains is not that expensive. It's
No.
one of the cheaper stores.
Yeah.
It's why I'm not allowed in the range, because the range is slightly more expensive, and I will spend money in the range.
Worry.
Oh,
Quarry.
now I want to go Home Bargains.
Dancing.
I don't like the snow on the
Quarry.
screen. Is there any way if I turn it off?
What?
Pretty sure.
What?
Uh,
I feel like I got
Tell me. Lady Gaga.
I don't think so, actually. No, yes, no transparency.
Ah, yeah.
I buy mugs and
I'm
t-shirts
just
from that.
gonna slightly turn it off. There we are. Thank you,
Yeah.
Kai.
Wait.
Here.
So, Umbrella Corporation?
Huh?
Huh?
We go to Raccoon City.
Can we? No.
Road trip.
Yeah, can we do a road trip to
Okay. I'm like Umbrella
TJ Maxx.
Corporation?
From Umbrella Corp.
Shaylin, Umbrella Corporation, like that, like actual title is Resident Evil. So that really threw me a curve. I'm like, oh, wait, Umbrella Corporation? But okay, the
Yeah,
Umbrella,
don't buy from Umbrella Corp.
Can I
because also yeah.
go to
The bag for me. I just want to
yeah,
thrift my mugs.
can I go to America and be let loose like
Yes.
in
No.
like thrift stores?
Yes. I need to go thrifting
Avoid
again.
America for at least 3 more years.
Type them
Oh,
out.
I am.
You're so real.
I
You're so
am,
real,
trust
Shaylin.
me.
Except I made you type it out because I'm like, business term. Yeah, it makes more sense now thinking business, but my brain's so Resident Evil pilled that I was like, Umbrella Corporation.
It's okay because I'm so Five Nights at Freddy's pilled that whenever I see sister location, I'm like, and I'm like, no, that's just a business term, but also a Freddy Fazbear.
Freddy Fazbear.
Doc, we do have secondhand stores, but it's not that big a culture as it is over in America. You guys have like
millions.
you guys have such a culture for it, but we don't have that. We don't have like goodwill or
Toys
anything
or
like that.
fun things. They don't have fun over there.
Damn.
No, I don't.
No.
I'm trying to move to a different country.
I can stick.
They don't
I don't
even
have a
have thrift
basement,
store
but I can stick
parties.
you in my basement. I'll build one just for you. It's a
Thrift store party?
Yeah.
Thrift
It's
store
when
party?
everybody has like a maximum limit of what they can spend on their outfit for the party.
yeah.
You have to go to a thrift store and buy the entire outfit for like $10.
Ooh.
It's fun.
I just want to go thrifting again. I always buy nice stuff. Because I like old things.
Hi.
You're not old.
Excuse me.
still
I'm
young.
pretty sure I am.
Oh,
Thank you.
Damn.
Like I hate your
One.
age, damn it.
Old.
I feel old.
You're not old, but your spine says otherwise.
In fact, the youngest in here.
Yeah. Sit down. You're young.
I already am sat down. I can't stand.
Sit more.
All those things are too heavy.
Meow 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 meow.
Ah!
That's so hot. Like $2 cheaper than yeah, dude. And a lot of the unfortunately here, and especially here since I'm in Southern California, there's such a culture now that built upon oh, this is actually a really big designer piece. I'm gonna buy it for cheap, then turn around and sell it for expensive. That all the prices of our thrift stores have gone up because of it.
Yep.
And I hate that so much.
Sorry, quiet.
What you giggling about over there? Where are you at? What are you doing in?
No, because it is the fact.
Let me
it was-
DM you.
It's because you said this, right? You said this one, and there's like several people I know you would do that emote for. So I was trying to figure out before I took on the message which one it was, and now I know which one it was.
Oh, can I tab out of the game?
No.
You could, but why would you want to?
Oh god.
I love Elliot.
You mean Fabio?
What?
I'm just frothing at the mouth.
Someone's husband is being a husband. I'm gonna cook. What do I got? I
Yeah.
got nothing.
Let him cook.
Husband, be husband.
Yeah, I'm gonna sit here and watch TV.
Hell yeah.
Fishing info. Yeah. Fibs. The Fishing Information
Eesh.
Broadcast Service. Fibs.
Fish.
Tuna.
Why is it
Catfish.
fish? Why can't it just be fish?
Fibs.
Fish.
Because fibs.
Fish.
Albacore. Wow, it really does give me everything. Oh my god, do we have the island unlock?
No.
Is that where the boat goes?
Yeah.
Then yes.
Oh.
Someone has a memory
Pretty sure
here.
you got that.
I think that's the last thing we fucking did. We could be
Well,
going
this
to
is the
that.
only world I play on, so it's easier.
Oh, you
I
know?
don't play on mine, and my wife hasn't wanted to play in a while.
Real as hell. Me talking about my basement, it wasn't even in this world.
Tell me more about your basement.
I play more on my Switch
for getting
in
that.
bed at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Real as hell. Such a
So-
huge buy
Mood.
secondhand, resell at designer purses. We used to do that. She would buy Coach, Prada, Michael Kors for cheap, clean them, and resell for double, not triple the price. And like some of it was fine,
Yeah.
but then it started growing where everybody was doing it too. Where then it became so bad, and that's why it's really hard to find really nice stuff sometimes. I find good stuff, but because I like older stuff, and nobody likes that
Whereas-
stuff.
Over here, there's not as many. So for us, they're called charity shops because they're most often affiliated with a charity, and it's them running it so they can earn funds and everything.
Mm-hmm.
So over here, there's not as many, but they're quite a bit cheaper.
That's how.
There's not often many, at least down here, there's not often many things that are like above £15.
That's crazy. That's good. Because
Mhm.
that's how the only like I don't think I have a couple of like smaller thrift stores by me, but not too many compared to over by like Disneyland out towards that way. But we have one that is super
Yeah.
expensive, which is Savers. But I know that one in general has always been a little bit more pricier. But Goodwill, and then I've never been to Salvation Army, but they're like essentially like the kind of the same thing. They've always been super cheap and affordable because they're meant for people who don't have stuff and can't afford it. But even their prices have gone
Sadly,
up.
I know what the Salvation Army does.
Yeah.
And they are just, that money is not going to anyone.
I think we only have one now. It used to be a lot more popular when I was younger. But I think Savers is our big one now, which that's just like a normal secondhand shop. And Goodwill, but our Goodwill is not good. And I say that in a sense of like it's just not in a good area and it's not the best compared to like OC Goodwills, oh my god. You could find some good stuff there, like Doc Martens.
No,
Yeah.
it's Doc Awesome.
Dog do be awesome.
Doc do be awesome. Found out that if you make extra cash reselling items to other areas, made over.
Just be
That's
warned,
it?
it is 12:30 in the game.
Ooh, what Goodwill do? I really don't know. I
There
used to
is.
go to Goodwill to buy stuff for cosplay.
What does
'Cause-
Will do good though?
You're right. I mainly shop at Savers now or the small. Oh my god, but the small shops are so expensive too because they're like, yeah, we're selling like these really nice pieces, and I'm like, I just want nice clothing. I just want clothing that will last, please.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you hitting the sack?
Why are you
knows
hitting
what
the
it
sack?
What did the sack ever do to you?
Oh.
Can't believe you've done this.
You were hitting the sack,
Oh.
Quiet. You hit the sack.
Okay. All right.
Quiet, why are you
so-
hitting the sack? What did the sack do to
I
you?
don't know. I didn't know. I didn't know. I did that.
I didn't
I
know
took my
it.
only good hair for an
I
off
did
just
not
to
hit her.
scratch my
I did
ear.
not. Thank you. Twice. Okay, there we go.
Pushing it to the last second.
Ooh, I need money.
Oh shit, it's Christmas.
Hey, can you see Santa going across the screen?
No,
No,
Yep.
my screen's
What
black.
was?
Oh, I didn't sell anything.
I wasn't paying attention.
Oh,
I didn't sell
well,
anything.
if you sold
Weak.
things,
I've been
how could you
making no
things.
money.
possibly evil?
I'm down. I need shit.
Don't forget who you have
I
for
need another
Christmas.
23,000.
Yeah, I've had this fairy rose on me for this small child, like the entire, I think, like month.
How do we know who our
Dedicated.
person is?
If you go
You got a message.
skill, or you can go to
yesterday.
skills.
Oh.
In your skills
Oh,
tab,
is
it has
under
it.
skills?
Yeah, it shows it in
Oh.
the bottom right corner, and it shows the image of their face. Face?
Quiet, who do you have?
I love
I
that.
don't have
Oh.
anybody.
Cool.
What do you mean you
I-
don't have anybody?
Good.
Have you checked your mail?
Oh, I have to go for.
I have
so
the guy
much.
with the ugly.
Yeah,
goatee.
that's why you don't go through your mail. Just go.
Do you have Clint?
Yes.
Then you don't
He
have to
likes
pay.
gems.
Ew.
Give him coal. Don't give him
Ew.
anything nice.
Hey, I want stuff.
Ew.
Okay, reel us out. But
He
also,
doesn't give
I want-
you stuff. It's friendship.
I don't need friendship with him.
yeah, then
He's
give him
sucking egg.
coal. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you,
But
Cole?
then he might actually like
Oh,
the
dang
How do
coal.
you feel if I gave
Who'd
you
you get?
Cole, huh?
What? Who have you got?
No, I pressed X, the wrong X.
What'd you
Did you
do?
quit? Did you quit out?
I quit out.
Did you quit out the game?
Yeah,
You silly.
You
because I
noob.
have
Okay,
the screen minimized.
Making a massive profit, but then they don't have any, and they don't. There's also. I want to say that the store is to go to the cash, and well, they aren't really cheap anymore. Yeah, you know that's real. They've gotten so much more pricier now, which is sad. Do I still go there for throwaway stuff? Yes, because sometimes I need to chop up a shirt or something for cosplay, and I don't want to chop up an expensive shirt.
Mm-hmm. Oh my god,
How
hi,
much-
Quiet.
Oh my god, no way!
Uh,
Quiet's playing Stardew Valley.
Yeah.
Why is there a music thing right here? Hold on, sorry. I was hitting it, but I was also trying to hit it.
I'm glad you hit it. About time.
Hit that
Okay, what did I
thing.
get? Who's he?
Oh, who is?
Send me a photo.
What does he look like? What's his name?
He doesn't have an. I skipped past the.
Send me a
That
photo,
sounded
Quiet.
painful.
Yeah.
Oh my
So go into
Was that
your
painful?
Yeah, you
skills and then thank you.
Like I'm ready by my
You have
chest.
Harvey. Give him coffee. I can give you some coffee.
Oh, that's actually not a bad one.
Thank you. Wait, why do I have this on? Oh, I'm just gonna put this here.
I heard that bonk.
That's from a quest. Have
Good
you not been picking
job.
up all your quest items?
No, I've been picking up nothing.
I'm gonna
don't
go
read the
wait by
mail.
the gate.
Quiet, you get the quest
Thank you.
items in the
I
mail
got
from
this.
doing the quest. That's how you get the items. Anyway, now we actually need to go to the Feast of the Winter Star.
Oh
Bless.
my
I'm
god.
so sorry.
Thank
Let me
Bless
just
you.
shut that in your face.
Thank you.
You bless.
Thank you.
No, it's all good.
Now I gotta go.
Hi, got that. I hope you're well. Where's the frick is my phone?
The original good girl.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't mind.
Our
Toy.
OG queen. No.
Oh, my chair's gone back.
Please, please, please. It's so sad. Go Frey. Yeah, I don't think that our friend. Hey, no way.
But
Well,
we're
you-
still waiting for one more person. After you quiet.
Shut up.
Come on,
already over
quiet. Quiet. I'll fight you.
Okay.
I will find you IRL. Do I need to buy anything here? I really
You
don't.
will.
Wait.
I do.
Oh,
I
a
made a
lovely
little
house plant.
decoration hut. It's going hee hee hee.
The original good girl. That's you.
Oh, I can buy a tree.
Ooh, I like this song. Yes, you can. I should buy more trees. How much are they?
I'm gonna buy a tree.
Where
Like
is
5k.
Hi,
Oh, should
Pierre.
I waste that money?
Yeah, that's what I did.
You should real for that. We're gonna buy
Oh, yes.
one more
You
tree.
said I was the greatest gift a man could hope for.
Oh, that's so sweet.
That is the cutest shit. Where the fuck is my
Remind
husband? You were losing it. Ooh. Don't worry, you don't need to get me anything. I'm just happy to wake up next to you every morning when else could the guy ask for it. Damn.
Oh,
Why
my-
they being so cute? Robin, I need you to leave your husband. I need you to leave your husband right meow. Yeah, shut up. I don't like
Ugh,
you.
lame.
You don't treat Robin right.
Anyway, I'm gonna go give my gift to. Wait, no, I won't yet.
Meow,
I'll go
meow,
talk
meow,
to everyone
meow.
beforehand.
Caroline's so cute. Caroline, you
Lame.
definitely fucked that wizard.
Quiet. Have you given your gift to Harvey?
They're only being
Oh, I
cute
will do
because
that
they're
now.
trying to smash.
I mean, he did
You go
though.
this way.
I have
You
a
go
kid
this
with
way. You
him.
go this way.
Hello, child.
Demetrius gave me a pink cake.
Ooh. Pink
That's
cake
made
do
with
be good.
watermelon.
It's what?
It's made with watermelon as one of its like core ingredients.
What do I do with it?
You eat
Eat it. Eat it.
It's a cake.
Never
You
had to have a
eat
girl
it.
tell me
I
that
gave
before.
Jody my gift. Yeah. I gave her a whole diamond. Ew.
Rusty.
I got the dude, bro. That's
Ooh,
better
I
than
don't
Clint.
care.
Ew.
It's a little better than Clint, but you know.
Just the fairy rose. Who have I got?
So you can gift giver this year? Well, open it.
Oh, I have Harvey.
You know, I got a rock from him. Okay, you know.
But then again, I'm also doing the same.
You got a
I
rock.
mean, lie.
And eat the
I got
rock.
a ran.
I was
What
like,
did he
what do
give
you
me?
mean, dog? And I'm like, wait, what were we
You
just
gave me
saying?
fucking beer.
Nothing fancy, but it's the best I can afford. Well, I got a jade rock. I
gave
got
me
a shiny
alcohol.
rock. He said, get drunk.
Can I give this beer to someone? I don't want
I'll have it. I'll have it. I'll have it.
Meow, 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 meow,
love
meow,
it.
meow, meow,
I'll hand
meow,
it to you.
meow, meow, meow.
I can't throw it at you.
Anyways.
Quiet. We're at a festival.
He was like, please, please, I want it. I'm not talking to him.
I don't want it.
I
I
got
don't
jade
want
rock.
alcohol.
I'll
An interesting
drink it on your
book.
behalf.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'll drink the gift from for you.
No,
rock,
it's okay, Darth. I don't drink beer.
rock
I'm
and
not a beer
roll,
person.
rock
But
and
if needs be, I
stone.
will drink beer. Rack
I don't. I don't
Rock
like
and stone,
alcohol.
brother. Rock and stone. Okay.
I'll drink your
heading.
portion of alcohol pack.
Beer tastes like piss water.
Quiet.
Fair.
Can you look at what I sent you on Instagram?
Yes.
Gothic, how is
Oh my god, you said that and I got a notification. That scared me. Oh,
Meow, meow,
Oh.
meow, meow.
oh,
Hello.
oh, oh, my heart. Oh,
I thought you would like.
I love it.
I did it again.
Meow, meow,
Who
meow,
is that?
meow,
Come on,
meow.
Turnip. Time to go back home.
Meow. 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 Meow.
Yes, dear.
Meow, meow.
There we go.
I'm on my way. Help is on the way.
Help is
Yeah.
on the way, dear. Help is on the way.
Help is on the way.
I have
That's my
another
thoughts on.
tree. This tree is just going to immediately be put away. Just realized.
I have tree.
I'm just going
Feel
to
me.
pre-collect this tree.
Hey, I can hide.
Wait. Quiet.
I sold my
I can
kid.
hide.
Quiet.
My cake.
Sell the
I
cakes.
see you. I see you there.
What do you mean you can see
Ooh,
me?
we're speaking good.
Where
Fuck
am I?
yeah. I'm glad to hear that.
Quiet.
Like, it's been a minute. I hope you've been well. What the hell are you guys doing?
Hello. Hi.
There's a bird.
Ow.
Oh my god, is tomorrow the first day of spring? I want it to
Thank you.
be.
No.
No.
I want it to be.
No.
I want it to
Not if
be.
it
I
was
want
spring that
new
quickly.
crops.
Yeah. You know what's
I don't-
bullshit? There's the 25th, 26th, 27th, 28th. My birthday's the 29th, and it just skips right
Oh.
the fuck over it. Fine. Yeah.
He said, no.
Oh, pat.
No.
Oh,
You good?
Aww.
No, actually, no, that's fine. It's not the slime hutch, so it's okay.
Meow, 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 meow.
What
If
did
she
that
does
witch
that
just
over the
do?
top of... Oh, she gave us a void egg. But if it was,
Where is
if it was
my-
over the slime hutch, then she would have turned all of our slimes into black slimes, and then they would have given us coal instead of slime.
Oh, what a bitch.
Yeah, it's mean. Especially if you have, like, tiger slimes in there, which are, like, the rarest. It's, like, a 0.003% chance or something like that.
I think I need to make money.
Me too.
Honey.
I think I need to
22,000.
make money. I've been doing nothing for the past 2 days. Bye, husband. Oh, let me check on my child.
Money.
Still rolling in
my
its
God.
sleep.
The child.
Oh, shoot, I was sleeping. Good job, child.
Well, my child is crawling,
Oh.
so... Uh-huh.
You got it before me. Thanks, Robin. She just gave me wood. I can do this one.
Me too.
Okay. It's a
Thank
good
you.
luck, though. I can harvest my crops.
Where am I? Worm.
It doesn't matter. It's not like I'm actually gonna be, like, planting anymore.
Yeah.
So...
Town. There was a lot of Sabrina Carpenter on this playlist. Good day.
Good playlist.
Slay.
Slabrina Carpenter.
All of the reactions were all various reactions, and I love that. Just the slay at the end is so right. Anyways, it's on One Direction now.
Oh,
Oh my
The
god, One
wrong
Direction.
Yeah.
Oh my god, One Direction.
Hey, I love them.
Hey,
I'm glad
look, I
someone
listened to One Direction when I was like 7, okay?
I think most people listened to it when they were like 7, but they weren't alive when I was like 7.
I was not 7.
These are old. I'm so sorry, Turnip.
I was in high
I
school.
think they weren't alive when I was your age.
No.
I'm going to the
Maybe.
island!
I'll be
Yippee! I'm going to the island!
No, I mean... No, I think I was.
Raccoons.
I know how old you are, and I know how old I am.
I don't remember how old they are. They might have been alive.
Not. They might have. Some of them are a little bit older.
They're like...
oh.
Oh god. They're like 16. They're like 2000 babies or something.
I'm gonna be this one. I have made it to the island.
Harry is the one, and I think he's the oldest.
Okay, yeah, they were
He was
alive
born
then.
in 1994.
I guess I'm not that old.
See? I be trying to tell you, Tor
So what you're
Tor.
saying is I'm old, just not that old, and you agree. Got it.
Yes.
Hey, bitch
Yeah.
ass hoe.
Kidding. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Ooh, the jungle, the jungle.
What I
I'm in the
thought, I knew it.
jungle. I'm in the jungle.
Are we doing the volcano yet?
I mean, I'm on the island, but just because I'm on the
I
island.
mean, you can do the volcano dungeon if you want. It's like it's not like the Skull Cavern type of thing. It's only 10 floors.
Yeah, and you have to get to the 10th floor to make the shortcut to get to the thing so you can upgrade your galaxy sword to whatnot and all that.
I got a walnut.
Yeah.
Yay, a walnut!
No.
Look, another walnut!
It told everyone.
What?
It told everyone you got a walnut.
Hell yeah, everybody should know.
It's
Came
a
up in the
fruit
top.
thing. I think
Yeah.
we
To
all
make
get
the-
the walnut.
The fun little
Finish
noise.
that nut.
You can get closer to the
I'm
wonderful.
so sorry.
Meow, 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 meow. Yeah,
I
take
will
this
do that
bird.
in a minute.
Thank
Oh,
you,
we
little
had a
guy.
walnut.
Yeah, I fed it to a bird
Why'd you
I
feed
know.
it to the bird?
Believe this.
because he wanted it. The bird wanted it.
Yeah, I'll be back in a minute.
Okie dokie.
Man, this kid talks bird. Crazy. Should bird right meow.
Forgotten language of the burb.
I
But it's
must
a
become.
parrot, so technically it speaks English. So,
Well,
huh.
this one don't. This one says only bird.
Oi.
Buenas. Buenas.
Nope. Nope.
Hello, buenas.
Nope. Nope.
Hey, you can blame Kai. Kai's the one saying it.
Kai's not here!
Look at the fucking chat.
Swear to God.
Kai is always here.
Oh,
Kai,
there's a
you're a
watch.
jerk. Butthead.
Hello, princess. It's Princess Day
beat you
tomorrow.
What the hell's what's tomorrow?
Resident Evil.
It is Res.
Re. It's Re Day.
It's Re.
Oh, it's Thursday. Got it.
Yeah,
Thursday.
Thursday, yes.
This
Why,
week has been
yes.
that. We're trying to figure out what day it is.
That, fair. It'd be like that. The week just started, but the week is now ending. And I don't like that. Walnut.
Walnut. Hey, Kai, if you are listening, which I don't know if you are, I have an announcement to make. That I'm gonna see if you respond to that now.
Come back to us.
I have an announcement to make.
There you are.
Shadow the Hedgehog is-
I have an announcement.
I was grabbing cheese.
Cheese. Oh, I can't get that there. Golden coconut. Damn, okay.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
We need the golden coconut.
I shouldn't expect it to drop.
That's for
Coconut.
because the first golden coconut will always have a gold nut in it.
Ooh.
I can crack it open?
Yeah, with Clint.
I never knew I could open these coconuts.
Cracking open one with the boys.
Yeah.
I got a journal scrap. Hey, don't touch me. Scary. My ship is lost. Well, your ship is lost. That's all I'm reading from that, buddy.
Damn.
That's all he got.
How about the tragic backstory and lore?
Why are you so small? I'll read it one day.
Not today.
Jesus credit.
The only small one here is you.
You're right. Accurate.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Yeah, because I think it's you, then it's me, then Turnip, then Quiet.
Holy shit. Holy shitted.
Holy shit, it did.
Holy shitted. They hurted
Oh
me.
no, I shitted the holy.
No!
They hurted me. They hurted it a lot. Well, I'm already here. I'm just gonna zoom.
Zoom. Gotta go fast.
Oh, I guess I do have a really nice sword. Okay. I'm just very scared. I'm not good at
Yeah, you
combat.
have the best sword for where we are in the game.
Yeah.
And it's
Then you
purple.
can enchant it,
Wow.
which is why I've been saving all of the
Get over here. Die.
prismatic shards.
Ow. Ow.
Because it costs 1 prismatic shard to enchant.
Oh, yeah, me in the fucking
Then-
eye.
After we do enough quests, then we get enough walnuts to unlock his walnut room. Then we can get an infinity soul, and then we use that and then
Infinity
an infinity
Stone.
sword, and then that's like the best sword in the game.
Meow, meow, meow. That's crazy.
Sorry, I'm still in bed. I'm eating the cheese.
Eat it, cheese. I'm just battling for my life here because I'm now already in it where if I want out, I have to walk. I gotta walk all the way back if I want
Ew.
out.
What are you little wedges in there?
I believe in you. I believe in you, princess.
Thanks, princess.
Oh, Jesus. No, I need to have. It's not that. I was talking to my son. I'd just been getting emails from the school saying school's canceled for the day because
Oh.
a fire alarm went off, and they're not. He's not even at the school.
Oh.
So I'm like all worried. I'm like, go home, I guess. And he didn't even know because he texted me. He's like, I heard the school burned down. Is that true? I'm like, no.
He's just like, hey, yo, you heard this shit?
It's fine. Friends
Can
are
I go home, little
overreacting.
guy? Cider clown shoes?
Oh, I need the Cinder Clown shoes. They are. I mean,
Cider.
they're the best shoes in the game, but also like
No, they're not.
they're jester shoes.
I just called
They're
it
okay.
cider.
I need them.
They're the best. I'm sorry, they're
Elliot-
They're not
clown
that
shoes.
Elliot,
They're not that
please
great.
stop staring at.
They're clown shoes. That's all that matters to
staring at
me.
The one conspicuous
Horrible.
chair that is always facing our bed. Elliot, there's no need to look at it. There's no need to look at it. Well, yeah, he is. He's dating me.
Right. Where?
Hey, fish in this? I guess. Yeah. How far go? Secret passage. Level? Question mark. I hope someone understood my.
No idea.
I totally understood that. It was gibberish, but I got it.
My
What?
more than one.
Yes. Yes. 10? Question mark?
1.
Mayhaps.
Mayhaps 10? Me how far go in mountain? Me
Being
indeed
on one
no.
salad.
There's a
10.
10? I'm being
10 floor.
shot at
10 floor.
10.
I believe in you.
That almost sounded like the radio calls of 10-4. I'm like, what? I like got mini war flashbacks for a second. I was like, what? Iridium. 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 I barely know him. Oh, no, the slime's coming after me. What's this?
He's coming to catch you.
Yeah.
It's a rock.
You're right. I want the
One.
cinder shoes, but I care nothing more than just running through here and getting to where I need to.
Well, the Cinder Clown shoes are like a million money.
It's 100. Willie.
Damn, quiet.
Damn.
I can't believe Willie caught you digging through
Whoa.
the trash.
What did? Get fuck off. Wait. Oh no.
You got it. You got it. You go, girl. You go, breasty.
Fuck you. What floor am I on? Okay.
You're on a floor.
Midnight.
Yeah.
It's
Yo.
a walnut.
Yo,
That's like more than one.
nice nuts.
Thanks. I don't care if this bitch hits me.
Yeah,
I kind of care a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pass out. I'm gonna die.
Yeah, no,
I'm gonna die.
it's not allowed. You're not allowed.
Instantly gone. Things one. I just got
Not
told
allowed.
$5 raise. Secondly, you got to tell us how the game is. Who
The game
found
is
me?
afoot.
Okay, good. It's Willie. Anyways, Willie, I know
get your
you
head in the
found
game.
me, but I need to go to bed, Willie. Okay. Oh, I lost nothing vital.
Get
Maybe
your
the.
head in the game.
No.
I can't. I need to cue that song up. I'm trying to get home.
No.
Yes. No. I pressed E. E didn't go. Okay. Get your. No. Get your head in the game. Yes. I'm not making it to bed. I'm just gonna stay at Willie's. Hey, Willie. I'm not making it to bed. Get your head in the game. I
Gotta get your head
love.
in the game.
I love the stupid shoe squeaks.
They go squeak.
Yeah, they do. You're so right.
Sorry.
I need to go make more coffee. I want to go back to the island.
Oh.
I have coconuts in my pocket. Who wants the
I had
golden?
twitches today because I didn't have enough coffee.
Oh. Oh, especially with new job, you're gonna have you need coffee. Gotta
I can get coffee.
Yeah. Get ahead in the game.
Cheeseburger.
Cheeseburger. Gotta get.
Cheeseburger.
Oh, hey, welcome. You were in my bed. Glad you
Hi. Yeah.
glad you kept my husband warm at night.
No problem. Anything to help my
I'm glad I
breast.
am not cold.
Thank you, Presty. My child's alive.
Yo.
Yo, they're alive. Let's go.
Oh my god, Elliot made me coffee.
Oh.
And quiet, would you like coffee from Elliot?
Yes, please.
Toss the
I'm
baby.
making my way over.
I was gonna go make
Yeah,
coffee.
me too.
My
Here I
wife
am
gave me
tossing my
coffee.
child. Okay, put the child down. Haven't downloaded it yet? Well, download it.
For you,
Yeah.
bro.
Right meow. I don't care if
There
it's
you
at work.
Thank you, Presty.
Ooh. Look, I found it last night. Linus, I was inside Willie's house. Why did you find me last night? That's a little bit
I was
concerning.
in Willie's closet. He came out though.
Do I put the coconut in here? There's the lime in the coconut. Sorry.
We
Always
drink
stuck
them
in
both together.
taro.
Yeah, golden coconut needs to be cracked open.
We'll go crack it open.
Crack one open with the lads.
Yeah.
And find out if there's a
Crack
lime in the
cold one open
coconut.
with the lads.
Lime in the coconut.
Mhm.
No, it's
Yeah,
gonna
you
be
gotta
nuts.
get your head in the game. Get your
That's pretty
get your head in the
nutty.
game. Gotta get your head in the game. Get your cinder shards. I'm just gonna keep those in my pocket because they're
Ooh.
shiny. I'm at work. I
Shiny.
can't tell it yet. But download it, please. Don't actually. You're at work.
Just
Download at your earliest convenience.
say you gotta go on a toilet break and just drive home, put it on download, and then drive back.
Oh my god.
The fucking dedication. Oh, those go in there too.
Don't do that.
Oh, you pick it. Put it
For
there.
legal reasons, that was a joke.
For legal reasons, I lie. Train.
Train.
My eyes are so dry.
Train.
Oh.
Running to the train. I need train.
I hope you make it
I
in
need the
time.
train.
You.
Tyler will probably make it there before
it's
me.
pathetic.
Yep.
But you have a horse.
Process
Yep.
geodes. This ain't a Jew,
You
but
have
he
a
is
horn,
a
I don't.
coconut.
Yep. I also have
I
a
got 3 birds. Yeah. I need to make a lot of money. Unfortunately. Yeah, I was
Well,
gonna
if
go.
you're going to the train, then I'll go and deal with the quarry.
I'm already at the train.
Crazy.
Yeah, I know, that's what I said.
Speed waster. I can't focus my eyes.
It just dropped copper ore. That's it.
Or
Or? Or? Or?
17 copper ore.
Or?
Or.
I'm gonna go make coffee
or,
really quick.
or.
You guys are in charge, okay?
Ah, burn the place down.
us. You trust us?
Yep, my
Remember what happened
headphones are
last time
already
we
off,
were in
Stan.
charge? We got you banned, didn't we? Well, challenge accepted.
not
Let's see if we can do
trust
it.
I
us.
twice.
trust you guys and Nessie. Nessie's here playing
Dude, I
games
don't
with you.
trust us. What are you talking about?
Break my ankle. You gotta shoot me. Don't break your
You
ankle.
trust me?
Don't do that.
No,
Oh, okay.
I don't trust men.
Damn.
You should take that as a
I
Can't
compliment.
trust
believe
you.
it's rusty.
I trust you, Kyle.
I only trust women. Sorry.
Damn.
Damn.
Can't believe you don't trust me.
Funny how that worked out, huh?
A sardine. Oh. Ah, papa. How to get the attention of the group.
Quiet, where are you?
I'm fishing.
Where are you? Yeah, but where?
And I'm so sorry.
I'm
I'm
so
by the dog.
sorry.
Pull up the map. You're at Ocean. Could you do this to me?
It's a raid.
Grab your trowels and shovels and
Oh my god,
mallory.
no! Oh my god, no! Wait!
It's a raid.
Our streamer's not here. I'm so sorry.
No.
Wait, no!
Queen had to get coffee. Well, thank you
Yeah.
for raiding the chair stream.
Thank you for raiding!
Nessie's in charge. We're fucked.
What were you playing today?
Dino free raid.
Quiet, would you like a
Oh.
book called Jack Be Nimble, Jack Be Thick?
Yes, please.
That sounds hot.
Don't you know it, baby grill?
Baby grill. Baby grill. Why is my server
I
offline?
can't stop saying both baby grill and breasty. It's a really bad habit.
Yeah.
That's okay. Breasties is
I
good.
will.
How have you considered have a book called Jack Be Nimble, Jack Be Thick?
Let's see.
Oh, wait, no.
If you guys have
Thank
a
you.
prime, slap that prime on the table like a big fucking
Anyway.
cock. Show everybody that you have a big fucking dick today and slap that prime on the fucking table right now.
There.
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 We're totally sane and normal individuals.
We are
No, we're not.
normal.
Don't lie to the people. They should know what they're getting into.
No, you're so right.
There.
I need to go
They
buy more
should know
paint.
they're doomed.
Well, Willie, get back in your shop, mate. I'm gonna go buy bait.
There we go.
Hey.
I'm cooking
Hell
She
yeah.
ate
copper. Copper, that's it. I know how words work. I just not very good at it.
Who needs words?
Words are
Who
hard.
needs words? We don't need words.
Nah.
Where we're going, we don't need words.
Ooh,
Ooh. Oh wait.
ooh,
Ooh.
ooh,
Ooh. Ooh.
ooh,
Ooh.
ooh,
I posted my thing.
Ooh.
ooh,
Ooh.
ooh,
DJ Nessie. Back at it again with the white vans.
Ooh.
ooh,
Ooh.
ooh.
Have a salad.
Technology
Ooh.
things are a delightful mix of viral
Oh my god.
adventures and digital
Yo.
escapades. Valley
The
challenge.
salad.
What's a Stardew Valley challenge? I'm interested.
You can just do several self-imposed challenge runs and things. Oh my god, thank you for the salad, Quiet.
Lumiose City.
Ooh.
That's the new Pokemon game.
Oh, the ZA one.
Yeah.
Dude, I pre-ordered that, and like right before it was ready to come out, they canceled my pre-order. I was so mad. I'm like,
I've played through I think like
why?
half of it. I can't wait. I can't wait to finish it. I met I met my husband. Tee.
Hey.
Yeah.
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 Look, I gotta have at least one hot man in every game. Okay?
Yeah, fair. Which is why you like playing games with me. I get it.
Mm-hmm. Remember?
Girl.
A fish finally.
Oh, I need to chop down a lot of trees.
Yeah. Yeah, that ain't
Are
happening
there
in
still trees?
winter. No, they don't grow in winter. Or they grow very slowly in winter. Oh my god, my baby! Baby! Oh my god! What is happening?
I
What
don't
is
know.
happening?
I don't know. You're not giving us any context.
walked-
You're just bitching.
I I, I walked
Bitch, do
into the
that.
house
Oh my god,
and
I missed a whole day.
I
I
walked
was like,
into
what
my
happened?
house and my baby was like asleep
Oh,
on the
that's so
floor,
cute.
floating up towards the crib.
Oh my god.
Wow. Dead haunted baby.
He's just
Spooky baby.
walking. Like the baby, he's just crawling like in between the staircase and that. And once he gets to a certain place, he glitches out, and all I can see is his forehead. I'm really confused. I think I've got like a demon possessing my baby.
What is What did I come back to?
I don't know.
I'm like,
Welcome
oh,
back.
I saw like the raid. I was like, oh, a raid, and then I put my headphones in and I was hearing everything. I was like, what is? I went to go make coffee. Welcome in, raiders.
Hello, Raiders.
Yeah.
My name is Sarah.
Sorry, I missed
I'm a
it, Doc.
variety
I was-
streamer. We do
Oh
mixed
my
bag
God.
Mondays, Farmly Friendly Wednesdays,
Yeah,
and
there's a
Horror
little thing.
Thursday. Roar, please join us on this wild
I did
ride
my
we
thing
call
too.
life.
Cows and
Full
shovels.
poop. I'm so sorry I'm late.
Oh,
I
it's
don't
Jackie
know.
Algigan. Yes, welcome in, raiders. Sorry, I was gone. It was chair stream. I went to go make more coffee, which I don't think I got my ratio right, but it's too late. I'm gonna drink it. But welcome in.
Hell yeah.
We got Community Farm. None of my other little goobers are streaming currently, but after some time, I can give out little shout outs because Turnip, doing all of those stuff, does stream, and our little bear does stream on the occasion when the computer and the internet allows. When the computer and internet allows, he streams. But welcome in. I'm sorry, I was late. Oh my god, I literally.
How dare you?
Widowy went to go make coffee and came back to chaos.
Widowy princess.
Widowy, and I don't think I put enough
I
coffee
warned you.
beans.
Honestly, I think
now
this is
my
the best case
God.
scenario because it could have burned the house down like we normally do.
The bad time, haunted. It's never a bad
Thank God.
time. It's just an odd time. Doesn't mean it's bad. So,
I
ask
was
away.
having a breakdown. It's okay.
Breakdown, breakdown.
Break
I
it
should have just
down.
made Gigi subs. Instead, I had to go make coffee.
Bust it down.
Coffee's better.
But Gigi subs, I have so many flavors. I'll just have another cup. Anyways, anybody from the raid? I think those who needed to go do something have left already. A-okay. But if anybody else needs to go, if not, if anybody's a fan of the Mummy series, they're making a 4th movie, and it's Rachel and Brendan coming back together. That's all.
Woo!
Woo! That's our fuel for today. Follows up with Fucker Face. Yeah. Poker Face, fucker face. Yeah. Poker Face. Fucker
I'm not a
face.
fan of that.
It's either
I know
that.
someone that is, but I'm like, okay, if that's what you wanted to do to you, fine.
Ooh, cat
whatever.
push. Sorry, immediately locked into
She was
haunted.
good at it, but God.
Who's not in bed?
Get a bed.
Quiet.
Bed.
Okay, I thought the
Oh.
game was frozen for a second and I got scared, so I was like, wait, is somebody not in bed? Is something happening? Go to work now? I'm sorry, Jalen. I'm sorry. I can't be your
No.
emotional support Sarah at work. That's literally what I did when I dropped you off at Bot Shop. I just sat there and I was like, I'm just here now. The mouse should just hire me as emotional support Sarah. That should be my
Fuck the
job.
mouth.
You're so right.
Hey, wait.
I saw
Oh my god, I forgot you could do this.
Oh.
If you're on the buying menu and you see the moon, you can press the moon a bunch of times and he does a thing.
Why is he mad at me?
It's weird.
I'm trying to appreciate you, Moon. Trying to appreciate
I've
you.
never
What?
seen that before. Nice.
So Raina told me about it and I'm like, oh.
Why they gave me closing in the first place? Yeah, you closing is crazy. I also a quick work note for Kev and Shaylin, because same department, same problems. Tell me why they're not giving you your RDOs, but they're also not Tori's playing Devour. They're also not giving part-timer shifts. It's like give you your regular day off and gives the part-timer the shift. You know?
Oh my god, my mannequin, my fucking mannequin.
Where'd he go?
To my clothes.
Oh, he said, actually, I like that fit. Give it to me.
He put me in a clown outfit.
Microwave beans!
I'm not a clown.
There was a lot of people today. We got Turnip, we got Kai, we got Quiet, we got the whole gang. I literally just get excited because it's the fucking microwave beans.
Beans.
Fantastic baby beans.
Me and the
I
boys
can
at
toss my
3 a.m.
baby! Yeah, toss the baby!
No, don't toss the baby.
Should
I'm gonna
not
go
be
toss your
working
baby.
a Sunday. So you're not getting your shift? Yeah. Which is crazy. They don't know how to balance things. It's my biggest peeve against them.
Sarah, I'm gonna go toss your baby.
Also, Haunted, are you gonna go toss my baby? Go toss the baby. Haunted, I kind
I'm
of
tossing
like
your baby.
Misty, but Enzy is kind of cute as well.
Hey, what if I critical toss your baby?
Yes,
and
yes,
throw it out of the
please.
roof?
I've been trying to. I've been trying to throw my child at the roof. If we take turns. Whoa, I sat down. Just kidding. I'll watch
Whoa.
it happen.
Whoa. Whoa.
I just see you turn like, fung, 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 fung. Awesome. Yeah. How is everybody collectively? Beans wants to know.
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. I'm throwing
doing
Sarah's
okay.
baby.
Kai's locked into
the
throwing my
freezer.
child. Fantastic baby beans.
Well, I gotta get friendship with your baby somehow.
Oh shit, let me go toss your baby. Oh my god, I'm gonna go toss
Whoa.
your baby.
He's crawling.
Well, I'm gonna go I'm gonna go
I'm gonna toss your baby.
I'm gonna go toss it anyways. I'm gonna go give him the
God.
time of his life, the flight of his life. They're gonna go, foo! There he is. Hey, you wanna go flying? You wanna go flying, kid?
Don't toss my baby.
He
He's a
shook his head.
toddler.
He didn't really shake his head. He's playing with his little toesies. Tossing babies because we can critical throw the baby. We can critically
Yeah,
throw.
you can critical throw the bit out. Sorry, you shut the door in my face.
I know. I realized I was like, I could have just kept it open. You were right there. Oopsie. I got a diamond. Meow, 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 meow. I have a beer. Who wants
Sometimes
it?
You gotta critical toss your baby.
I'm actually just
know?
gonna put it in the fridge. Exactly.
Yeah.
I've done nothing today. I need to go make money. We need to go fishing.
I have
Yeah.
61,000 money.
Well, good for you. Oh, I need more bait. I am not up. Just gonna drink my coffee. Yeah, it don't taste right. I didn't put enough ground beans. Sorry,
No,
not
so
you,
just
beans.
take the-
And ground my beans.
What
No way, hey.
the fuck does that
Wink wonk.
No
You
one knows
wink.
what it means, but it's provocative.
even mean? I don't know what it means, but it sounds right. No, masturbator. I'm
I got
not.
through high school.
Where is my
But I am.
craft? Oh yeah, yeah. See? Oh, bug meat. I forgot. I was like, what do I make bait out of? I wonder.
Eight.
Pulls that one smoke face.
just
the hair behind ears,
just
you
do
know
the you just like, what is that fucking? What is
What is that fucking?
what is that fucking?
Well, I could tell you about it, or I could show you. Your choice.
Doc did say Doc was a visual learner.
That's right.
How much did he? Oh,
Nice twist.
how much? Sorry, Doc, putting you on the chopping block. Just give me
No,
all
it was a
that.
good redirect. I liked it.
Yeah.
It was like judo right there.
Oh, I used all my moss. I see. Sit there, bug meat.
Mouse.
Where are you going? Shaylin gotta go to work. She gotta go work. Kev has to go to work soon too. Yeah.
I'm at work, you
Yeah.
excuses.
Yeah,
you
you
bunch of excuses.
you are literally at work.
I
I
am
don't.
ITing like a boss.
You're peeing. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Actually, I do need to pee.
Bear, go
You're
piss,
Ian.
girl.
Oh yes.
We got some of those in here. European, Iopean, Sheapean, Heapean. I'm gonna smoke all this fish. How much
Smoke her.
Okay,
Basamante
I hardly know her.
Damn, you're right. It's okay. Get to know her
Smoke her.
first, and then you can smoke her.
I would smoke that.
They got chosen.
You gonna smoke her or are you gonna flame
That's the
her?
streamer. Hell yeah,
You're a
I do like
flamer.
Enzi a lot. I think it's a cute little like. I think it has a cute little twang to it.
Yeah, they always said she had some nice twang.
I'm gonna throw myself into this water right meow.
You invited me. You knew what you were getting into.
You knew what this was. Oh, good
Jesus.
luck,
I
babe.
love how your bobber is a
Chaperone.
cat.
Yeah. Quiet.
bear.
Chain your bobber. Change your bob. Change your
Wow.
bobber. Don't chain your bobber. You won't catch fish that way.
Bobber.
I hardly
hardly
know her.
I'm so sorry.
I'm gonna. No, why did I take my bobber up? I was changing songs. Well, you're hot, then you're cold. Meow,
You yes, then you're no.
meow, meow. Yeah. Meow.
You're in, then you're out. You're
Meow,
up, then you're
meow.
down.
Meow, yeah. No way. No way. Seems to like fishing.
Throw
I'd
up.
recommend build.
Sorry, I
bait.
know that
Oh,
song by
true.
I know that song by heart.
I
I'm
actually
so
hate
sorry.
fishing. As you should. As it deserved. I actually really do
No,
need to
I
make a
got-
bait maker.
Me and my friends got really
Meow,
into
meow,
Just
meow,
Dance,
meow,
like, well, when that was like
meow,
the
meow,
song
meow,
that we did
meow,
together.
meow, 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 meow. Sorry, I locked in.
Oh,
You're so
cat
real
song.
for that, though.
It's that one.
I don't have a bait maker
Nothing.
in this game. Does somebody have a bait maker on the farm?
No.
Damn,
I need
we're
to
not
go get
gamers.
a bait maker.
I have like 2 on the
They're
other load.
expensive and they kind of suck.
I just want a bait maker.
Can't believe we're not
Meow,
gaming.
meow, meow, meow. I need to learn a couple of accents, bros. Sorry, that was just the random. That was a thought in my head. It didn't get
Learn some of
far.
ours. They're
Wi-Fi
quite
ain't
fun.
working
I
with
learned
me,
a
so
thought
can't
in
really
my
watch
head.
along. Oh, punch your Wi-Fi beans,
thought
but
in
that
my
is
mouth.
okay. Take care of your Wi-Fi first. I didn't throw my bobber back in. Bow.
I have to say, I think my internet's doing pretty well considering I'm connecting to California.
Sorry,
Did I level up to level 10?
I had to knock on wood, except I just
No, I didn't.
smacked it the first
I
time.
did! I got level 10 fish! Yippee!
Yeah.
Then you're
fish!
cold, you're yes, then you're no.
Welcome.
I'm cheap. You're. I almost said you're cheap. Like cheap. Like cheap.
I am cheap.
Like a little chick says.
I am cheap.
Cheap and I suck too. Damn. No, you remember what
In a
Turnip said
good
on
way or in
Monday?
a bad way.
But Turnip said, "Don't. You are a high class whore."
You are a high class hoe.
Yeah,
not a
yeah.
cheap whore.
I may be
Yeah.
high class, but I keep my prices low to be affordable for people.
Oh my god, I
Good for
love
the
you.
economy. It's good for the economy, but you know your worth.
So, I'm sorry I had
Sarah, actually, no need to learn a new one. Tell that to the mouse. Tell the mouse to incorporate the Sarah accent. For every person I work with, and then I just do the mumble. I do the mumble accent because they ask me something, and I'm like, "Oh no, I'm sorry, I don't actually want to say what I'm saying." And I'm sorry, bro. I did that to my friend, and I was like, "I actually haven't gone through an audition in a while." He's like, "What?" I'm like, "I haven't gone through an audition in a while. I'm sorry." I'm so sorry.
How can you do this? Baby, stop! Stop it!
Baby. Justin
Oh, the other
Bieber?
baby, sorry.
No, my
You're
baby is doing witch
going
again.
It's just a very.
I'll leave.
Oh, I was
And then
doing a.
go into
What do
my
I gotta
house.
do to
My
be able to
child's
make
gonna be
it
in bed. There we go.
I completely missed that fish.
I get into my house exactly the same time as the baby like starts to get into bed, but the animation for that is that it just turns into the sprite of asleep and then just floats up.
Oh,
But I catch it in the middle, and so it's trying to like correct itself, but also not at the same time. And I think I broke the baby.
oh! Stop breaking your baby. Kev, it's okay. I'll do my auditions. I'll do them. I missed it again. Bye. You're hitting the sack.
Damn.
It was such a sad damn.
Oh my baby.
You said, damn. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, princess. I'm sorry. Bye. I really want to play Dying Light, but like, I just want to run around. Hey, fish? That wasn't very cool of you, fish. I was trying to tell my emotions, and then you just.
I'll be back, princess.
Okay, princess. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, hi, bird. And watch. I'm trying my bestest. I need to purchase Actors Access today because, like I said, Delulu is the Salulu, and Solly is giving me fuel. So I will let the Delulu fuel me so that I can get shit done.
I didn't understand that, but okay. Thumbs up.
You're just like, I don't know what you're saying, sweetie, but I support you. Delulu is the
I don't know what words are
Salulu.
coming out of your mouth, but I think it's cute and I love you.
The Lulu is the Salulu. Means let the delusions be the solution.
See, I don't know
Yeah,
this
sounds
fancy
dumb, huh?
connotation.
See, there's your real life translation.
I have a packet of crisps.
Yeah! I need
What
this
type of
fish
crisp?
to stop it. Come
I
home,
had
fish.
cheese, now I have potato.
Come back from the war, fish.
Is it hula hoops?
You know it, baby grill.
Yeah, baby grill. Somebody catch
Let me
this
see
fish
if
for
we-
me.
Okay,
Just
give me
kidding.
access to your account.
I lost it. The fish ran away. It grew legs, got on land, and ran. Yeah.
Yeah, it just turned to a lizard.
Yeah. Turned into a frog. Turned into a frog. Yeah. I love that audio. Ba, ba, ba. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. We need to have karaoke.
Meow,
Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Fish? Fish, why are you all becoming so mean? Okay, fuck you.
you, and you.
It fell,
Whoa.
that flame of you.
Bless
Why
you.
died this day by night? Meow, meow, meow,
Bless
meow,
you.
meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow,
Meow, meow, meow, meow,
Yeah,
meow.
meow, 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 meow. Goodbye, my child. I'm going to sleep. Yippee! Now I can drink my bad coffee.
No.
Huh? It tastes like sugar. I'll drink it.
Stay
alive, baby. Bye, bye, bye.
Oh, that's all.
Oh, yeah. The song just ended.
Not that's all.
What else do we got? What else? Oh, I'm gonna sing this in meows, but I think we all should be able to get it. I almost skipped the
Those are
song.
very high standards.
I
Oh,
think
bye,
I
Janet.
think you will be able to get it, even if I meow.
Oh, bye bye.
Bye 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 bye.
Turnip died.
No. Might have gotten a call. Might have immediately had to be like, I'm working. Meow 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 meow. Meow. I need to make sure I don't sing the lyrics. The actual lyrics. Meow meow meow. Meow 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 meow
That was
meow
weird.
meow
Oh my
meow
God, I
meow
forgot about this.
meow meow
Oh my
meow
God, I
meow meow
forgot
meow
about
meow 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 meow. I'm sorry, Mr. Grandpa. I gotta meow this
You
song
playing
really
Hot to
quick.
Go?
Meow 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 meow.
Hi.
Yeah. Meow 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 meow.
But have you considered that
Meow,
Grandpa is
meow,
judging
meow.
us?
My dearest
I think I
granddaughter,
made a
I'm
mistake
sorry.
coming back in here.
I got HOTTOGO blasted in my ears, Grandpa. But Megan, it's been many years since we last spoke to you. You were just a little girl. Do you remember it? Nah, I don't. I got hot to go in my brain. Look how far you've come. This is the first time I ever got this, actually. You may have forgotten me. I don't think I did.
He always does this at the end of year 2.
Meow, 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 meow. His body's departed
He's
this
judging how well
world.
we did on the farm.
Meow 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 meow
Not
meow
even
meow
kidding.
meow meow meow.
He
meow,
died
meow,
and
meow.
came back
Meow, meow, meow,
exclusively
meow,
to
meow.
judge us.
What a salty old man.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
I'll see you.
HOTTOGO.
So you know the monument that has like 4 candle holders?
HOTTOGO. You can take. Yeah.
So that is however many candles on there is how well we've done, and it appears that we have not done well. We have no candles on the shrine.
Wait. We've done
Come
shit.
to my farm. Come to my farm.
I was still talking to Grandpa.
Oh,
Hold
it
on.
might be that we have to wait for you to do it. Cause
Oh yeah, it might be.
there we go.
I'm like, whoa,
Yeah, it
whoa,
was
whoa.
you.
We can't be that
It
bad.
was you.
Yeah, we got 4.
I'm stuck in my house.
How are you stuck in your house?
Oh my god, I
There's
can't wait.
something blocking me.
What did
Quiet,
you put
quiet,
in front of
quiet,
your
quiet.
house?
What is it?
Oh my god, there is. Oh my god, that's
I don't know. I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Don't eat it, the fish. Oh, I'm so excited. We get to farm finally after
I
years.
get to I get to farm. I get to farm like
We
200
finally get to play a
crops.
farm game in our farm game.
I can't wait to
Nice.
farm.
You don't understand how much farming I'm gonna do.
I'm gonna farm so hard.
Yeah.
I'm gonna farm so hard. Somebody's gonna turn me in for farming harassment.
I should
Not even
move
sorry
these.
for that one.
Oh my good heavens. I need a shack.
I'll shack with you.
You need a what?
Yeah. Shack.
Oh,
Not a shack.
oh,
Oh, you
no,
mean
I
the
thought you
carpet?
said shack.
You mean the carpet?
I don't know where I come from. Those mean the
That
same thing.
probably was.
Oh, yeah. Everything has gone so wrong. Everything's going so
My
wrong.
hearing is bad, me lord. I thought you said shack.
Me lord, I can't hear shit, me lord.
To be fair, Sarah probably could use a shag too.
That's fair. That's a
They
fair
are quite
comment
good
on that.
carpets.
I mean, who could really?
True.
Quiet. Quiet.
Yeah, I know. I said it for a
I
bit.
know
I
you
said it for the
know.
bit. I said
I
it for
know
the bit.
you know. I know you know.
Don't worry.
I just love the dedication of
know
like, I know, I know, it's okay. In this case, I have the information.
I'll be honest, I would be quite sad if you didn't know.
I would be too.
considering that is like the only thing that when I was in high school, that's the only thing that the boys would talk about. I'll be real.
That's fair.
Yeah, I
They
didn't
would
like that. That's
Shut
why
up.
I was like, I want to talk about video games. Please.
It's like, please, guys, can we
Alec,
be
no.
normal? Meow, 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 meow.
Guys, you see the new game that came out, right? Right?
Right? That is my video game. Meow, 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 meow.
One day
Where
I'll
is
make it
this?
to Pierre. You don't understand how much hoeing I have to do.
Damn.
I'll tell you,
so
man.
High
much.
class
Hey, rent
hoe.
got paid. Don't judge me.
Mm-hmm. No, like I
Yum, yum,
think I
yum, yum,
genuinely have
yum.
about 200 or so crops planted, ready to plant.
Oh, I
If you need
can't.
to plant more, you can
can't
plant more in
wait.
my area.
Can't wait to make
Quiet,
money.
quiet. We have the same area.
It's already been
Alright, never
taken
mind.
over. A leak.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Quiet. Look next to my house.
Right.
Yeah, when I come back, I'll have a look.
Go piss.
Yeah.
Sorry, it was
Go piss,
the
baby
song
girl.
gossip came up, so go piss, squirrel. Hey, bud, how are you? We're doing amazing today. We're doing so good today. I have so much energy today. I'm so hyped for life.
Maybe one day I'll make it to Pierre.
I have him hostage, so
Where's Pierre?
Yeah, but I need to buy so much. I need to buy so much crops. It's the reason why I have 63,000 money. I'm probably only gonna have like 30,000 by the end.
hell yeah.
I don't even know how much I need.
Don't ever be naked.
Um,
This is the American dream, so
3,
sip
6,
the gossip,
9,
drink
12,
oh, sip the gossip,
14, lots of
burn down your
8.
jail. Iconic, you
What's-
are just like
what's
them
14 times 8?
all. Don't act like you don't know, so sip
112?
the gossip,
114?
drink till you
Never mind.
oh, sip the gossip.
Okay, that's how
burn
many
down
crops I
your
have,
toe. You're not
Available to
iconic.
plant.
You are just like them all.
Then I need to go buy.
Don't act like you don't know. Do we need any more trees?
I love that song.
Right, Hype?
Nobody
Yes.
needs to swear that I did that in
No.
my head.
What?
No, I have at least one of every tree.
Okay. I was like, do we need any more
I wish
trees?
they could do that.
But they are making a mummy 4. So I am fueling all of the
course.
Delulu in my head, but also all of the hype. Do I want any more crops?
Hype.
Oh,
Say is that circus.
Um,
And see the surface. Just dip under the rug. Nothing to take it. Don't ever be naked. This American dream, so sip the gossip, burn till you choke. Oh,
I
flowers.
don't even know if that was the right
Iconic,
amount.
you
So
are
just
just
about
like
100,
them
so whatever.
all. No, so sip, gossip, burn till you choke. Sip. Oh, rice. I have some of those. not iconic. You are just like them.
Christ.
Oh, act like you don't know. Let's show you. I'm trying to walk and type on my phone.
Hell yeah.
Tech, down, down, down. Tip, tip, thanks, tell you to sip. The gossip burn down your throat. Oh my god. Okay, how do I want to line up my beans? Oh, I can't put them that way. My beans.
and music. Oh, wait.
Is it confirmed? So that's the thing is, I think it's These are not my beans. This is kale.
Who needs to be growing beans in this economy?
Who needs beans when you can have corn? Corn, the power.
Well, you can't grow corn in
Got the
spring.
juice.
Oh.
Broken. Wait, hold on, bud. Let me plant my crops. I'm locked in.
Wait, is it a
Sorry.
case that they've confirmed it, but they haven't started filming, or is it like they are filming it, but they are confirming it? Wink, wink.
Wink,
Yep.
wink. I had that.
Definitely one of those things.
I need to get rid of this. I'm so locked into farming.
Winks with all three of my eyes.
I'm sorry to this one little plant.
Your brown eye too.
Sorry, Kale. You got obliterated.
Alright,
Okay.
Kale, the world found out you suck.
So last night I saw some TikToks talking about it, which
I
is
suck, but it's not because. Right.
Jesus Christ.
anyways, so
I'm
last night
sorry.
Thank God.
I saw some TikToks, which is why I was like, oh, it's like hearsay, right meow about it. Because it was like, oh, Rachel and Brendan are gonna be reunited, like coming back for the Mummy 4, like together. And I was like, oh damn, okay. I was like, okay. Like this is exciting. I hope this is gonna be like actually like true and whatnot. And now more and more people are talking about it, that I'm like, okay, I think this is actually confirmed news. Do I need to look into it more? Why, of course. Yes, I do. But will I fill the Delulu still no matter what? Yes. I need more crop space. Meow, 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 meow. I don't want to plant crops over there. I need to water my crops. I don't have water. But that's where it's at right now. So where's this TikTok? Yeah. Well, it's not necessarily TikTok. It's just the, Can I? There's some actual, like, news sources that I have on TikTok. And by that, I mean, like, it just pops up and I'm like, oh yeah, it's these guys. It's not just, it's also a lot of Mummy fans. And I trust the Mummy fans. We've been starved. The Mummy fans have been starved for years. I haven't even got my backpack, and I want the backpack.
I need to go upgrade my watering can.
Get your hopes up, Jack.
You're supposed to do
But
that in the
I'm not
winter.
as critical as you of movies.
Yeah,
not
but
in
I
a bad way, but like,
forgot.
I will take any glimpse of hopes, and if it doesn't happen, so be it. But I need this Delulu for my head for actually getting myself into my career. That's what I'm using it for.
Am I gonna be able to water these before it hits midnight?
I can come over and help.
I would greatly appreciate it, please.
Yes. I will finish watering mine. I'm also depressed and sad about my fucking
you.
Alan Grant. His name isn't even Alan Grant, but it's so funny seeing the searches with his real name and Alan Grant. I love Sam Neill. I don't want him to die.
Hello, Quiet.
Hello.
Help is on the way, dear. Help is on the way.
You like how many crops I have? Hello. Hello, don't mind me.
I need to fill up my water. This is why we're community farm. Water together. Also, I didn't queue up the song yet, Quiet.
It's okay.
It's our first day of farm.
Did it right. I'm chill. It's okay.
Imagine not chill. And it's just like, how dare you?
Thank you for
I needed
helping
this.
me
If I
water
am not
them.
chill, Yeah, I am not there. That is not the real me.
It's an
a lizard me.
imposter.
It's the lizard me.
One day Quiet's gonna
You're
show up and be loud,
welcome.
and we're gonna
Okay.
be so like suspicious.
Yeah.
His name will be Quiet Loud Gamer,
Put
and we'll
that
just be
there.
like staring.
I'll do that for April Fools.
I think I might plant a little bit more. I have a couple more plants. I like my little section.
I'll change it to Loud Chaotic Gamer.
Yes, that's when we know it's not
weren't you
real.
talking of changing it anyway.
Yeah, but I don't know. It's like having to reintroduce myself, being like, hey, this is actually me.
This is the real me.
Hey, it's me, yeah boy.
Hey, it's me, your boy, the devil from the Bible.
The Bible. I love that meme.
Hey, Shadow, it's me.
The devil from the Bible.
The Bible.
Oh my god, I have flowers. Oh my god, I actually need to plant those.
I miss my fish.
Flower.
I miss my
I miss
fish
my
tails.
wife's tails.
I miss her. I miss her a lot. But I'll read your message in a
I
second.
miss your wife's flowers.
I'll be back.
It's the first day of the season. We're locked in.
Kang, it's 1 a.m. Get to bed.
I'm watering
shit.
my flowers.
Ah,
I'm watering my
Gonna have to
flowers
eat
as fast
the,
as I can. I ran out of water. I didn't
You do
refill
have
it.
some nice flowers.
No. Okay. I'm running as fast as I can. Oh my god, Quiet, get to bed! Get to bed!
Quiet, get to bed. I believe in you.
Quiet was in my house running for the bed. We're both running
Nobody
in
said
my house.
anything to Turnip. Turnip, get to bed. It's fine.
Oh my
No.
god, I didn't know who wasn't in bed. I just saw Quiet in my house. I'm
I
like,
know.
fuck. Brother, sleep.
Well,
Oh my god. We're gonna sit here for a second so we can all calm down.
I'm calm. I need to pee though.
So the film be...
But otherwise, I'm calm.
Did your hopes up too high of it being a
Mango
fourth film?
pee.
Because the bit of a fan is the day I start trusting Twitter X. I mean, that's real as hell. That's why I'm like, it's a hearsay word of mouth, but I will take it. Archaeology types? That's fair. That's real as hell. Your orange tree wasn't able. Who's
Right,
orange tree?
Fuck, probably mine.
Who's orange?
My mannequin moved. Stop moving. You're watching the kid.
Man.
You're supposed to be babysitting the child, mannequin.
My child.
I need to throw the child. Please.
You gotta throw the child, me lord.
Me lord, I am working on it. Who's actually my lord? We are all my lord. Oh my god, Leia. Okay. Are you free this afternoon? No, I have farming to do,
Oh, yeah.
ma'am.
Oh yeah. You gotta go
Oh.
talk to the shrine, Grandpa's shrine. You gotta go
Okay.
talk to it.
Right now,
Right meow.
Like, right. Yeah.
I'm running to the shrine.
If it doesn't give you it should give you something, but if it doesn't give it to you, that's because I already took it and I don't know if it's one per person or one
Excuse me,
one
Crumbs.
hole.
Grandpa shrine. One hole.
Is it not letting you?
No, it just says Grandpa
Is it
shrine.
one hole?
What? Oh my
Half
god.
of one hole.
Wait. Let's put it at the front of the farm so everybody gets it.
Yeah. I don't know if we can duplicate. We might be able to duplicate it.
It's so cute.
Like
Or
so. If I put it down, you have to mine it with a pickaxe. But if you mine it at exactly the same time,
okay.
what should happen is you should be able to like. It should
Yeah.
drop twice, one per person.
We look like we're on it. It's just like, wow, you come here often? Okay. You counted down on your end.
But there's a slight delay.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, you
Yeah.
count down. Because you'll have the bigger
3,
delay. Okay.
2, 1,
I'm so confused.
go.
Okay, that's how big the delay is.
Wait.
Okay, so we go on
Yeah,
go.
okay.
Okay. Okay, do it again.
3, 2, 1, go. Damn.
We will get this again.
This is-
2, 1, go.
Oh,
Yo!
Oh,
we
there
did
we go.
it!
We did it! We did it!
We did it! Do we want to do it? Does everybody else want one?
Do it again. Do it again.
Okay.
That was
So
cool.
what it does is when you place it down every day, it'll drop a piece of iridium.
Okay.
Or drop between
Oh, it's
1
one
and
of
5
those.
pieces of iridium.
Yeah.
It's that one.
Can we
Oh
just
my
put
God.
down a bunch of these then?
If we can
Just
duplicate
saying.
more.
So you only get one as a whole, but you can quite clearly just duplicate it.
That's what
So
I'm saying.
Yeah.
Place a bunch of them down.
Mhm,
Okay.
mhm.
You do the
Oh,
countdown
wait.
again.
Wait. Let me place this one down. Oh no, it's going here now.
Okay.
It's going there. I can't have one in my inventory.
Oh yeah. Okay.
3, 2,
Is it on one or
One.
after one?
go. Damn it.
We go on go.
Do over.
But there's
go
a
on
slight
go.
bit
Okay.
delay, so like give it a second
There's a
for the
slight bit
go.
delay, so I'm trying to like give it a second when
well,
I
what you
do
do
it
is you have the
myself.
person not mining do it. Do the count.
No, because it's got to be everyone mining.
No,
no,
I mean,
Discord has a
have the
delay in
person
general.
that's not mining do the talking.
Yeah, cause quiet. No, I.
It's not even that. It's that Discord has a delay between us.
Guess what?
I'm like
Okay.
it's
Yeah,
source
it's
of Kai,
Discord.
and Kai's the one with the delay anyway. So I'm gauging it
Yeah.
on how
Okay,
their
so-
voice is.
3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, so we got two
Yo,
more.
We did it. We did it.
Okay.
We did it. There. And then there we go. You can try it again.
Yeah.
Okay.
3, 2, 1, go. Damn it.
Wow, that was a delay. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's what I'm saying. That's why I'm like,
yeah.
That was way after you said go.
yeah.
Uh-huh. See what I mean?
That's why I'm like, that's
Um,
why I need to be one talking.
3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, I was late.
Yeah, I can't.
That's okay.
Yeah.
That's okay. We can mine the shit
I
out of
haven't
this.
figured out the delay on Kai yet.
We can do it. We can do it.
It took us a couple of tries, okay? Oh, the
We
before
can
it's in
do it.
development. I think it is because Brendan is back with stuff, so I hope it is. Okay, go. I'll lock in.
3, 2, 1, go.
Fuck. We were closer that
I'm
time.
going like a second ahead.
Don't you worry.
I'm trying to time it.
I was leaning so far forward. I like locked in. I'm like, okay, let's go.
It's going about a second and a half after you say go is when
Right.
I see you click it.
So I'm going like
Oh,
maybe
the
like
song.
half a second
it this
after I say it to try and line it up with when you guys are doing it, but I'm still going
God, this
slightly too
song.
early,
Her cheeks are out.
which really
It
shows.
looks like you're clicking it about a second and a half after you say go.
Start the countdown again. We got this.
It's about half a second, yeah.
No,
But
I'm
you guys are
delayed
still
too.
doing it. Yeah. It's because of how far away we are.
Racist internet.
3, 2, 1, go. Okay, that was like practically the same thing, but I think are we okay with just 3, or do we want the 4th?
Let's try one more.
Why
And then
don't
if
we want
not,
7
Yeah.
yeah.
each.
One more
3,
time. Yeah.
Come on,
2,
quiet.
1, go.
We got two
We did
more.
We got it. We got
Okay.
it. We got it.
Hell
Got it.
yeah.
So put it. Well, okay. Where do we want to? You know, they live there for now until we
I don't know.
figure
I
out.
just put them. I just put them there just for fun.
Turn up. Break.
I mean, we could just have one each.
True. Oh yeah, true. We each can. And when Car and Gar come, then they.
Yeah.
We can
Quiet, you
duplicate
take,
more.
You take statue. Quiet, you take statue.
Wait, where do I even have a pickaxe?
You gotta use a pickaxe. You should have a pickaxe.
Oh, I know where it is.
Dude, who doesn't
Quiet,
have a
you
pickaxe?
physically cannot lose a pickaxe. Like,
No,
they
I
would not let
it.
you do that in game.
I
Unless
left it
you've
with
got it
whoever his
sitting in
name was.
a chest somewhere or with Clint.
I
Been
left it with
upgraded.
Clint.
Dun, 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 dun.
Oh, is it with
Yeah.
Clint? Oh, that's
Yeah.
icky.
Okay.
Okay, so where do you want the statue placed down? And I will pick it up and place it down there for you.
Can I have it next to my gravestones, please?
Show me
That's
where
not
you
awkward.
want it, and I'll do it. Let me just
Yeah.
take you.
Wait,
You gotta show me what exact spot you want it in.
But you have to go.
Yeah.
Don't worry, bud. Please take care. Please take care. If I had hear any other news for the update for the mummy, it's literally just a random thing that I had seen. There also was new cast stuff for One Piece, but like, yeah, if I hear any other updates, I'll let you know. You bet your ass I will be talking about that.
Quiet, you're going the long way. There's mine carts. We have partial fast travel.
I only know where one
We are
rank
partial
is.
past travel, though.
Yeah, some of these.
I need some
I
partial
really
past
got it.
travel.
Maybe.
Wait, play as Adobe live
That was
on Twitch.
a fun use of the whole day, honestly.
Yes,
Oh.
it was. Doom.
I am here. Up, up.
Where do you want it? Where do you want it? Where do you want it?
Can I have it here, please?
Yeah. There you
That's
go.
what he said.
Thank you.
Now that would be
Yeah.
between like 1 and 5 iridium every day.
Okay.
I go real quick.
Well, this way. Farm me, farm.
There we go.
Okay,
Hello.
there we go.
Oh,
Salad.
Salad.
there you are. A salad for your troubles.
Salad.
Thank you for salad. Oh, Evelyn sent me cookies.
Oh,
Oh shit, are the barn people out?
the barn.
What?
The barn animals.
The barn people.
The
No, they
barn.
would have gone to bed by now.
Oh, their door wasn't even open. Hold on. Just gonna keep that open for the next day. Yeah, me too, dog. I'm sorry. Your owner ain't here. She's working and making bread. Bread.
Get that bread.
Yeah, exactly. Get that bread.
Make that sandwich.
Yeah. Get rid of this. Boop. Do I have any more coal? Oh my god, I need coal.
Oh,
I should go mining again.
Yeah, I actually need to go mining. I need coal. Meow, meow,
Me
meow,
too.
Meow, meow, meow. I'm like, I actually ran out of coal.
ooh.
Put that there. This. Does not fit. Oh, no. I want to throw the child.
Kick the baby.
I forgot Leia wanted me to come to town 3 to 5, and then we locked in on that. Oopsie. Oopsie, sorry, ma'am.
Art festival.
Yeah.
Or are you seeing my wife?
Art festival.
I miss
Or your
my
wife.
too.
Miss my white bells. I miss her a lot. Did this playlist change? Sebastian, you can walk around me to get into the bed.
You're on my playlist.
I'm on 2010 Throwback Pop Wednesday.
No, you're on
Morning.
my playlist.
Except
List of things I want to play with.
Ooh, he has a new song. I love Tom. Tom makes such funny music. My head hurts. I should switch my headphones. I don't want to.
Nice face.
Thank you. What playlist? What's on energetic today? Nah. What if I play more hype cleaning? That's a crazy playlist. Workout pop mix. What do we got on here? Most of these are songs I listen to.
Look at early 2000s club hits. That'll be great.
Yay. High School Musical time.
Yeah, I guess.
There we go. I don't
But I
dance.
just send you the most like basiest stuff ever.
Son, shoot a Dracula. No, I have not heard that one at all. Oh, that's not how I spell this word.
Bow, 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 bow.
Bunch of Dracula. There it is. Nope, that's not how you spell Draculas. I can't spell.
It's okay. I can
YouTube.
read through your text messages anyway.
At least you can.
Sure keeps it interesting.
This one? There we go. Meow, 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 meow. You never try. I made so much money. Not really. But I made money.
Money.
Money, 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 money.
Money, money, money. Ah, yeah, yeah.
Money, money, money. Whose orange tree?
Oh my god, that orange tree. Do I need to look at my
don't
trees?
know.
I thought my trees were all fully grown.
Dude, it might be mine. I don't remember.
Did you
No,
plant
I
a
shouldn't
tree?
have any.
Oh,
I shouldn't have any.
I'm like, it would be a recent plant if it was yours. Because it hasn't been like a
Yeah, 'cause-
problem. Okay, not throwing the child.
Is it mine?
Let's go
I got
examine.
iridium.
Yeah, iridium. That's the wrong chest.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get rid of all the grass around my tree and see if that helps.
Oh, maybe it's this one. It might be mine because there was a there was a
It's all
plant
your
next to it that just grew,
Mm.
but I couldn't see it because the tree is blocking it.
Okay.
Sorry.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Thank you. Thank you.
What am I doing coming out of
Yeah, baseball, not
Cinder
Quiet, I
Sap
would like to
Forest
tell you
tomorrow
that
at
it's
noon?
9:30.
Oh, it's
Oh.
finally my 14 hearts thing.
Huh?
Stop.
It's finally time
Swing.
for my 14 heart event with Leah, but it's been winter. She doesn't do it in winter. She'll only do it on sunny days.
Hi, Mr. Pants. How are you? That's what I mean. That's how you swing. Where's the yellow? Nope.
I've been, oh. It is fish.
What do I do? Bow, bow, bow. I'm gonna go talk to Robin.
Robin.
Yeah. See how much money and equipment I need. Working? It'd be that way. It'd be that way. Hopefully it's a good work day. This way you can do it that, cause I don't dare. Blessed be Robin's here. Make house renovation. Not what I want to construct. Oop.
Yeah.
Barn. Shed. Not that much money. Could afford. Meow, 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 meow,
The
meow, meow, meow,
money.
meow. Need so much money for Basamonte.
Oh no.
Meow, 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 meow,
Oh,
meow.
no.
Oh, meow.
I don't know. I just heard quite the oh no.
It's
Me oh no.
about the thing costing a lot of money.
Yeah. Did you
Oh,
ever
no.
not know? To the
Bite
mines.
it.
Yeah. I can't bite Robin. It's quite mean.
But I mean, you could.
I'll
She
bite
might
her.
like it.
True.
You don't know.
True. I was like, I can bite her
Like
husband instead, but like,
Dang.
bite his legs off. He doesn't
Yeah, but
deserve
he
to
also
walk.
might like it.
Oh, you're right.
I know I would.
Hey, little guy.
You know what I would
But I
like?
cannot wait until I get full level 10 and everything.
Yes.
So I can. So that once
Meow, meow, meow,
I
meow, meow,
get
meow,
that, I
meow,
can.
meow.
There's a room down by the sewers.
That never blame you.
Once you get 10 hearts in every skill, 10 get level 10 in every skill, which lets you get like an 11th level in said skill, and it gives you things. And the farming
really?
thing is an iridium scythe, which lets you use the scythe on crops, and it harvests the crops for you.
You get like an iridium.
As like a
fishing
scythe
rod?
motion instead. But quiet. The fishing rod we have is an iridium fishing rod.
Ah, okay, never mind.
Hopes. Hopes were so high, and then
Although, you do unlock a new fishing rod that lets you have 2 bobbers instead of 1.
Ooh, that's
ooh,
cool.
bobber.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
Hardly know her.
And I believe it unlocks a new bait type.
Ah.
Still do it though.
Little goober over here. Man. All these high schoolers are so dramatic in High School Musical. Like,
Yeah,
damn.
this is over dramatized.
Yeah, I'm just like this man singing like, I don't recognize my own face in the water. It's like, calm down, bitch. You just had a life crisis. It's okay. Not gonna stop till I
Should
get
wait
my
till
shot.
the real
That
world.
is my plan. That's my plan. Yeah. Yeah. It bet on it. Bet.
Ooh.
Da, 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 da is the way. Today is the day.
Oh my god! Oh my god, the raccoon has a baby!
A child.
Gross.
What do they need?
Kale juice and pickled green beans.
Okay, you got it.
Don't have any of that.
I have kale growing. I need to see if I have any that I can put in
I might
a
have some.
keg. Because yeah, it's a keg because it's a vegetable.
You're not a
and
rock?
You don't make wine with vegetables. I'm not just a boulder. I'm a rock. I have 1 piece of kale I can throw at you if you have a spare keg. I do not.
I have, but it's in a chest.
Can I steal it?
Yeah, just pop it down by my second portion of the crops because there's a lot of empty space there.
Yeah.
It should be in, I think, the green bin by my
Yeah.
house. Yeah, okay.
There you go. There we go. I put it down and it's got the kale in it.
Yippee!
And then we just need a
Ooh, copper.
preserve jar with some green beans.
Yippee. Bugs. Must slay bugs. Ooh,
Bugs.
Kill the bugs. Kill
Okay,
the
what about
bugs. Yeah.
You don't like my bug friends?
They're in my pocket now. Safely. Not alive though. Hey, Howie. It's okay. I just almost exploded it myself. Oopsie.
Oh,
Oopsie.
I almost just imploded. Oopsie.
I
Just a These bugs try to bite me.
So do I, though.
Yeah, but you're nicely. They're not nice.
You don't bug.
I hate it. I hate it.
I
I hate it.
get the joke. Because I get it.
You sound like the Captain America scene, just like, I get it. That one? I get that one. You are Mr.
I'm gonna go
America.
fish, methinks. Me thunk.
Jesus have bonk. Sorry, I'm killing more bugs. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Just say that as you just stab them. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. As they perish. Okay, go down. Then we go up, and then I go back home.
Ooh.
Oh, my ears, they hurt. Oh, a leak! I needed that.
Oh my god,
me too.
hello.
Hello.
Oh, leak.
Hi.
Hello.
See, I'll come down so I can see a better look.
Oh, I
Hi.
didn't need the leak anymore. It's been too long.
Yippee! I fucked up. I wasn't paying attention.
Oh, no!
Oh no, SpongeBob.
SpongeBob.
Sponge
Yes?
boy me
Yeah.
bob.
Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. I don't have room for coal. Well,
Nah.
that's what I'm saying.
Wait.
What do I
is
I
have?
this-
need coal.
I have room for coal. I made space. I know. I have 11 coal to my name.
Yippee.
Yeah. Oh, good morning, Mochi. Baby.
Quiet, are you gonna be okay to do another day?
Yeah.
Each day is 15 minutes.
You should go to
Yeah, I should be
sleep.
okay. It's only 9:34.
You have work. What one may
I could do
call.
one more day.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I
Mochi,
have caffeine.
we murder him if you do another day.
Please do not drink 5 cups of coffee in one day again.
Oh, oh my
That's
god.
not that much.
Guys.
5 cups is really not that much.
I mean, it's depending on the
That's
cup
like-
size.
Yeah, but the amount of caffeine in like 5 cups of coffee I have on the way to work.
That's not good.
Yeah, it ain't not
There's not
good.
that much caffeine in coffee.
Let's see.
Yeah,
Can
but
I
I
help
put
you?
multiple scoops in.
Can I help
for
you,
more
ma'am?
caffeine.
I was gonna say, he adds caffeine into it.
How
Yeah.
much caffeine do you think is in all that?
I don't know, but it gives me a kick, so I like it.
Oh, caffeine don't do that to me. Let's see what's in
Uh,
these. There is only 160 milligrams in these cans.
Can I help you?
Week.
Can I help you?
You
What are you
can.
doing?
I don't think you will, but you can.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, it's Mochi being Mochi.
Yeah.
Oh.
I believe it. I have a chance, you guys. It's in talks. The mummy, the mummy,
The movie.
the mummy,
The movies.
No, the movie. It's
Hmm.
in talks. I'm like, yes. Yeah, and coffee.
Yeah, I'm in talks to win the lottery too.
How much? It's like 95 for a coffee for a cup.
That's not bad. So like 2 of those is one of the drinks I have in the morning.
That's still not good. That's not saying it's. It may not be a lot, but that's still not good.
It's just not that much. That's all.
Yeah, but you're not supposed to be having that much caffeine in the first place.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how
Ah.
much is in one glass.
I don't know
You're not
what
supposed to be having that much
your
because it
doctors
fucks up
told
with.
you, but I am. That's medication for me.
What you mean by that?
Caffeine is medication for ADHD. It's more
No,
effective than Ritalin
it's
and
not
Ativan.
it's not a medication. It's
On my toes.
According to my doctor, it is.
But still,
our doctors legally aren't allowed to say that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
That's why I'm confused.
That's really sad.
let's see.
Ooh, truffle oil. I can make an oil maker. Do I need truffle oil? Probably not right now.
Go. No, Kesha. Get away, Kesha.
I think I should go to bed. It's like 1:50.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah.
Oh, I've been through this whole playlist. My wife. Bad omen.
Didn't make it.
Bad omen. To work in peace, loot. Oh, Mr. Pants back to work. Ooh, I got to level 9 combat. Iridium band. Squid ink ravioli. Where's my medical license? To not tell people to drink. I didn't lose my medical license to not tell people to drink caffeine. I was like, what? I forgot your doc. I see. I see.
Oh my
Okay.
god, what orange
Okay,
tree?
so the one tree that I cleared, it wasn't that. Sorry, Sebastian, I didn't talk to you.
Yeah.
But that's fully
the
grown.
one tree that I cleared, it wasn't that either.
I have plants next to this one, but this is fully grown. Because it's been up all winter. And that's just like ever so slightly not grown. Oh, the dog's in my house. He be barking.
The only tree it could be is this one, but like at the same time, it's not. That.
Oh. Iridium. Yeah, like these are... Because then these are already all fully grown.
Yeah. That's what I thought. And it's this one that's the orange tree.
Okay, that's what orange is. Okay, so it's not the one I was thinking.
Yum, yum, yum.
That's a lot of Christmas trees.
Yeah, I have an addiction.
Yeah, that's okay. We all have our problems.
It's a problem.
Oh, I think it might be cars.
Yeah.
But like... Yeah, I think it might be this one down by cars. I cleared it.
Yeah.
Where? Where's cars?
She's in the other corner.
Where are you?
Oh, the one across from me?
Yeah. Oh.
Hi, Tori. Hi.
Truffle oil.
The truffle.
Waffle. Wow, Maru must be so sad. Her wife's gone. Oh, I
I
picked
miss
up.
my wife tails.
I miss my wife Tails. I miss her a lot. Meow, 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 meow. Oh, I can smoke the other fish finally.
Yay.
I have coal again.
Smoking is wrong.
Sweet. That one is fish. Oh,
That's her.
thank you for the follow, Land. Welcome in. Welcome in. I need to fix how I'm sitting. I just have a cat on me, though. Hello. Welcome. Oh, it just like popped my knee. Okay, there we go. I am sat. Get that off. Oh, I can put this away. Beep boop.
Beep.
Go to
Beep,
sleep
beep,
in the
beep,
morning.
Beep, 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 beep,
There we go. Okay. Do the down.
Okay. Hello.
Fish.
Yeah.
Hello.
Fish.
Hello. Fish.
Luckily, I fish. Oh, oh, nope. I don't want to go there. Town. Town, 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 town. Town, town.
Town.
Hello, Mr. Clint.
Hello, hello,
Yeah.
hello.
Big ew, but I want geodes processed. In this case, boxes. Boxes.
Surprise! Mystery box.
Yeah, I got him 3
Is
mystery
anybody
boxes.
not
in a
level
box.
10 fishing?
Probably me.
I'm level 1 fishing.
Go fish.
Can I give you a book? Can I give you a fishing book that I've read?
Doodle-doo-doo. Call me Michelle. Hell yeah. Well, welcome in. How are you doing today, Michelle? I am processing geodes. I like hit the EB, the crash
Oh.
from all of the hype.
Sarah, I'm gonna throw a book at you.
Oh, okay.
Don't throw the book at her. She doesn't deserve it. She's innocent.
I was like, wait a minute.
I've
Ooh, I
already
haven't.
read it, and I'm level 10,
I
so
have.
there's no point me having it.
Not read it. I don't like the cover of it. But I will
Hey,
read
it's,
it.
it's better than Jack be nimble, Jack be thick.
You are so right. You're so right.
That's the best
Doing good?
porn
Fuck
title
yeah.
ever.
Jack be nimble, Jack be thick. I should have just gone home. I need to change out these headphones. They're hurting my ear.
Yeah, change them.
My cat's laying on the heads. Is she laying on the cord? Sorry, Mochi.
You know,
okay.
cats can be moved.
No, they can't.
No, you can't move the cat. It's
Who
like
told
against
you
the
these
law.
lies?
Myself.
Cat.
Yeah, the cat. Myself.
Okay, the cat did.
Cat
you believed the
can.
cat. Okay.
Oh, why? Yes. Why wouldn't you?
Why would you?
Why wouldn't you?
Crazy, crazy lady.
It's cat.
I don't know how to process this.
It's cat.
It's cat.
Yeah,
Cats are above humans. It's cat.
cats are in charge.
Yeah.
Let me take that out. That doesn't belong there. That go there. Those can go inside. Someone banned me from their stream. Questions about... Ew, what the hell? Well, welcome in here, Michelle. What type of questions were you asking? Like, what the hell? Dogs own us. Cats are prisoners.
Dogs don't own me.
My dogs don't even know what's left to right.
Yeah.
I love... Also, my dogs are on the shit list right now anyways, so...
Damn, what did they do?
Chase my cat up a tree. Onto the roof.
Aw,
Yeah, so I'm
poor
like, they're on the
kitty.
shit list right now.
Yeah. Poor kitty.
Right.
Yeah. Binks was not happy, but he saw me and he was like, help. He's like, please,
It's like,
help me.
Help, please.
Yeah, that's what he did. He's like, I don't want to be here. cats. Like, I'm sorry, Mochi's here right meow, but she is the queen of the house. Like, we are just mere servants for her.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, excuse me, Satan. I love our cat, Satan. Okay, Satan doesn't want me to see my cat. My kid.
Yes,
Satan
my
stole
cat.
your child.
Satan knows. Satan knows place. Let me switch out. Same how they did that to where they get married in the game. Like to the characters or to like, because you can marry the other farmers too when you're in co-op. Also, I'm trying to switch my headphones. It's just a process.
Except when they're stubborn and don't want to accept your bouquet.
I mean, that's not even how
Same.
you.
Well, you have to be at least.
I just wanted to give Sarah a bouquet and she wouldn't take it.
I ripped out my headphones as you said that too. Rip. I was married. I was taken. I'm doing the characters and I got. Ow.
But still.
Doing the characters I got banned. Why'd you get banned for asking? That's such a simple question. And it's such a thing of like, even if they don't want to answer it, it's like, why'd you get banned?
Oh!
Oh?
Apparently, I'm catching the legendary fish.
Fuck yeah! Where are you?
Oh.
Okay. I'm running. I want to
Getting
witness.
married in the game
You
is
can do it,
a
you can do
normal
it.
part of the game.
You could do it.
It's actually kind of required for perfection, which sounds kind of bad. I'm not catching this fish.
No!
I was not prepared enough to catch the fish. You
That's
can
real as
only
hell.
catch it on a rainy day in spring, specifically the location where we're at.
Let's go. Fishing.
Oh.
They're doing, they banned me. That's
Yeah.
fucked up. Anyways, if you still need to know, we are some knowers. And by that, I know some, but Kai is a knower.
Spy.
Kai is, in fact, a knower.
Oh.
Because it's not hard to marry somebody in the game. You just really have to get their friendship and whatnot up. With their whatnot? Damn. Just get their whatnot up.
No,
Get
what
their
not?
hearts
So
up to
you
8,
have to get it to
Heart.
level 8. Mm.
and then you buy them a bouquet from Pierre, right?
The hardest fucking
Yeah.
thing is getting the pendant. Because a rainy day. Wanna know? Okay, yeah.
You
It
can
has to be
force
a
it to
rainy
rain,
day,
though.
and then you have to get. Yeah, but forcing it to rain is actually a lot more difficult than you'd think.
So like, oh, this is perfect. So you have to get them to a certain heart level, which is 8, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's only certain people you can marry.
Yeah, it'll
as
say
well.
like how they say singled. Well, these are my friends, but it says married for the other farmers you're with. But it'll say single like how these little peeps are. And once you get to a certain level, you'll be able to. You should get letters. Honestly, it should notify you like, hey, I have these bouquets now in my shop, but you can buy the bouquets. You should try to start marry someone as taking. Just cause a little bit drama for the farm, for the community farm, yeah. But once you get a bouquet, you can give it to whoever is single and you've gotten enough hearts with. And then from there, your boyfriend, girlfriend. And then you gotta wait for the rainy day. You have to unlock the
level
other
10.
side of the beach as well to get to the. What is he?
The Mariner?
Yeah, you have to get to the
Oh,
mariner.
Mariner.
Wait, hold on. Let me just go
Oh,
back.
Mariner.
Let me go back to this. And then from
He's dead.
him, you will.
It's highly theorized that he's just a dead guy.
I think so
like-
too. But you'll get one of these, which is what the pendant is with this. And that's basically you proposing to them. And that's about it. It's just a lot of, not tedious, but like, you just gotta become friends with the people in the town.
Give them gifts. Talk to them every day. Preferably the
Yeah.
right gifts.
Should really cause some
The
drama,
marry
Fox.
somebody is autumn year 1.
Wow.
Should have married Shane to
Marry
break up
Elliot,
with him.
okay.
I hate Shane so much. I hate Shane.
Kind
Kind of
of
a-
people.
His story is a douche story.
I hate him. Someone at work is
He's kind of a
apparently a
klutz.
Shane lover, and I'm like,
The
no.
when you marry him, all of his character development just kind of goes through the window.
That's so sad.
Like his room doesn't get better. He doesn't clean up after himself.
I don't
Still
want that
accepts
nowhere
beer
near.
as like a loved gift, and it's like you're supposed to be you're supposed to be getting sober,
Oh, I need a fish. Wait.
and
Sorry, the weight was Mochi blocking me.
everything, and it's just it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
You're hitting the sack.
Violently.
No, the sack doesn't deserve it. Sorry, Mochi. But yeah, Michelle, if you have any questions, honestly, the biggest help I've ever had, Stardew Wiki.
Stardew Valley Wiki.
Yep. That's how I find what gifts everybody wants. Oh shit, quiet, we gotta go.
Oh yeah. Run.
Oh. Threw my fishing rod at you, I'm sorry.
What's up? Catch me with the fishing rod, is it?
Oh my god, I took off running, yeah. Just
Damn.
throwing it, just like, boom. Like, oops, sorry.
Oh.
Bonked you in the head. Oh, my diamond is ready. Oh, I have more coal! I fished up coal! Welcome back.
Okay.
Why'd you exit for a second?
I don't know.
I don't want to finish this coffee. It's not up to, like, happy standard. I just had some GT subs. I should put GT subs in this. No, I would never, Michelle. Don't worry. Like, there are understandable reasons to ban somebody. But, like, just asking questions about the game. Nah, I love talking about the games. Like, whatever games I'm playing at. I love talking about them.
Also, any streamer that's going to ban you for asking questions about the game they're playing should not be on this platform.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The
I know,
only
husband.
conceivable way I could ever think of somebody like doing something like that is if the questions that the person is asking is wildly inappropriate or
Mhm.
phrased in a way that could be perceived as inappropriate.
And I will say too, though, it should definitely be a timeout and a talking to first,
Yeah,
rather
it's not,
than
it wouldn't even be a ban at that point. It would be like, you know, timeout and everything. But
Yes.
mushroom.
Mushroom, 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 mushroom.
Mushroom, 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 mushroom.
yeah, because like when I streamed Stardew Valley, I definitely had more than one person come in and see that I am a guy character marrying a guy and be homophobic. It is actually wild. So
Being homophobic is kind of gay.
why are you thinking about another man like that?
'Cause it's
Kinda
not.
gay.
Damn, you think about men? Honestly, I'm so sorry for your loss of thinking about men.
Dude, you think about me. Does that count? Not inappropriately, but, you know.
Yeah, see, Michelle, that's why I'm like, some people are just weird. Because, like, that really isn't
People
a
be wild
ban.
then.
Like, you're just curious about the game. And especially for newcomers. Like, this game has been out for a long time, but, like, that's why I say we have some knowers, because I don't even know everything.
I know too many things.
Yeah, Sarah
I don't know.
doesn't know all the things. She's just pretty. Kai knows all the things, and I'm just.
I'm not
Honestly.
pretty.
Are you calling Kai not pretty? Kai is the prettiest little bear around.
No, I'm calling myself not pretty.
No, I'm
Kai
calling you
doesn't show
pretty.
their face on anything.
Have a bear?
Doesn't count.
Have you not seen the bear? Prettiest bear around. Prettiest bear at the party. I'll be the prettiest
I've
bear
seen
at
the
the
real
party.
Kai face. Real Kai has good face.
I'll be the prettiest bear at the party. I'm gonna be the prettiest.
That is the coolest guy.
Oh!
Quiet has to put up with the fact that I send him dumb selfies.
I have to put up with the fact that you don't. I'm offended.
Would you? Oh, dog. Why would you ask such a thing? Doc said, yeah, wildly inappropriate. Like, would you smash Clint for $1 million?
Yeah, I would smash him with my iridium pickaxe.
I like the way you think. Never knew how you do it. I'm gonna
Stop being respectful
automatic
towards
ban?
people.
That's crazy. That's a crazy automatic ban for that. I wonder if it's something to do with marrying, but like it shouldn't be an automatic ban because it's not you asking the streamer type thing. It's you asking the streamer about the game.
Yeah, that's a shitty streamer.
But even yeah.
Let's
That's
go
crazy.
harass them. No, just kidding.
No.
That's not how we roll.
No. The only people I harass is it's Sarah and
Me.
Quiet.
Very
you.
yeah.
Oh, okay, thanks.
I can harass you if you'd like.
I've been begging for somebody to pay attention to me for years.
What, they ain't shit if they ban you and it's their loss anyway. It's so real, Fox. Exactly. Not for that. It's not gonna happen. But that's that's a them problem. They have a fucked up mentality. I don't have an oil maker up here. Fucking Benny C-O-C-K-A-G. Penny and Stocking. Penny and Stocking. I need to watch a new Penny and Stocking.
What does that even mean? What is that? What word are you trying to use?
What?
Huh?
What'd you ask?
Do you want to help?
I don't know. I'm just over here.
Where is her Pele? Oh my god. Oh, Jesus. Okay, you know, I'm just not gonna go over there. Thank you, cow. Cow moved. I kept on picking up the chicken and I didn't know what was happening. Come here. You're not. No, not for me, Dr. Cheese.
We're having soft tacos.
We're having soft tacos later.
Yay, white people tacos.
I like my soft tacos though.
What's funny is my wife prefers Mexican tacos and I prefer white people tacos.
They're just tacos.
It's just kind of ironic.
It's just tacos.
She's really white. They're totally different tacos.
It's just tacos.
It's just a specific type of tacos that we like.
Oh.
That's all.
Excuse you, Mochi.
Mochi.
I know
Mochi Mickey Mouse?
No, disgusting.
Oh god,
Mochi
hi,
Mochi?
Quiet. Fancy seeing you here.
Hi, fancy seeing you here. Hi.
I get to see her.
Fancy seeing you in my dream.
What that
Quiet,
there?
it's 10 p.m.
Oh yeah, weren't you supposed to do just
Okay.
one day? This is now 2 days.
Yeah.
You're really bad at going to bed on time. I like that about you.
Mine.
Because I don't
I got
sleep.
4 hours of sleep last night. It's fine.
Oh, that's fair. That's a good amount of sleep.
Felt like it.
Yeah, I get that a
Got
lot. I
up,
feel
had
like,
a couple monsters.
A cart.
I've been good.
oh yeah.
Christmas
I
is
find
just a
that,
week
like-
away.
The times I sleep less is when I feel the best.
That's crazy. But also, fuck. I've done that. No, I'm trying to type a number on my phone. Please, my phone.
With phone.
Please, fish.
It's a phone.
I
It's
just
a
wanted
phone.
to see what
it's a phone,
song
phone.
this was. I really want that one song again.
Which one?
It's a really bad.
You know,
No
that one-
longer you. Where is it? It's been stuck in my head.
Pleasure.
I'm moving.
Wish I was.
Rip.
Whee.
Where is it?
It's okay. I'll come
There
off
he
after
is.
this day.
Acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
Michelle,
I just wanna start it.
it's okay. Some streamers are just a bit
We'll
odd.
have to Stardew on Friday.
Yeah.
All the Stardew. I need to get my VR charged if I want to play VR on Friday.
You
I
should
feel
charge your VR.
I need to change the batteries.
Well, I need to get a VR because I've been told to get Beat Saber.
Yes. I
I can't actually do it because I can't see, because the way that the headsets are made, that I can't wear glasses, and God, I'm so freaking blind.
I love it. I don't know why the song is hitting so
Lovely.
hard.
I wish they made it so you could have like glasses on whilst having the goggles on.
Yeah.
So you made is that it really hurts
yeah.
to wear it
Oh.
because they're not made for glasses.
Yeah.
I don't even like the original head strap that I got with my Quest. The one Jordy gave me makes it so much better. It hurts less too.
Oh, so you got a Quest, is it? Not an Oculus. What's it? What's the other one?
Oculus?
Oculus, yeah.
Yeah, because I have the Meta. And it's the Quest 3?
They're the same thing.
Yeah. They just don't say Quest 3 anymore. They don't say Quest anymore.
No, they just got bought out and rebranded.
Yeah.
So I have a 2, and it's pretty good.
Fucking up, Michelle. We love Story of Seasons. I need to play more. Oh my god, my game!
Oh,
Okay.
okay. Stutter.
Yeah, it started really bad. I see
Oh, I caught up to the
It
same time.
wasn't just me then.
Okay, so it wasn't just me then, too. See you on the brink of death. I see you drunk. Where's my epic? There it is. You know, we're just gonna play this whole saga. We're just gonna listen to epic for a little bit. I love the Cersei saga so much. Oh, I caught
I
fish.
don't know what that is.
Don't worry about it. It's a bop. That's all you gotta know.
It's a bop.
Wyatt, go listen to the entirety. No, write me out.
Wait, the entirety
Yeah,
of
I'm not
what?
gonna sleep. Should I stay up
They
this?
totally cut out.
The entirety of epic? How long is this? 2 hours
How
and
long is
23
the whole
minutes.
thing?
It's a few hours.
2 hours and 23.
I could do it.
You could. It's not bad. My favorite epic
You
song
gotta,
is the one
you
that
gotta go
starts
to bed though.
talking
Yeah.
your... Oh, you talking to your sleep? She's my wife. Anyways, I love that one.
I know.
The way she just... The pause and it's like... Anyways... I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that. Don't listen to that. You need sleep.
Try no more.
Okay, yeah, true.
I want to stay up and hang.
Yeah, but we can do later. We can do that on Thursday, and we can do that on Friday. Do that on Saturday.
Exactly. See?
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey.
But once you've done your first week, you'll know roughly what you're doing and when you're doing it. And everything.
Yeah. It's your
So you
first
can
week.
adjust
Yeah.
when you go to bed based on that.
Yeah.
My fish are done.
Fish.
What's that?
Fish.
Don't eat the carp. I'm trying to cook it. This.
Carbonara.
Carbonara, yeah.
Lord.
Damn. shuffling the cards again because they're fun. Don't worry, Cersei's got you now. My carp! Who's slamming the door in their face? Don't worry, Cersei's got you now. Okay, selling my fish.
It was me. I was just trying to figure out how loud it was.
Nice. You think you made. I have all the animals about. Yeah! I got all the power. No, I don't play on puppeteer. I love
I'll
this.
be there in a sec.
Surprise. Whee! I'm still just shuffling these cards. I don't know why I found this entertainment. I don't want to hydrate.
Do it.
Well, that's too damn bad.
Oh, that's too damn
If you don't
bad.
hydrate, I'm staying up.
Oh, I hydrated. I promise. I promise I did.
Damn.
I promise I did it. I hydrated. I promise. I'll hydrate again. I'll double hydrate.
Tricking the people with the guilt of me staying up.
Selfies or it didn't happen.
Oh, fucking spreading weeds cause damage to your farm. What a
Damage
bitch.
to my farm.
Damn.
Son of a.
Where?
How dare they? No, let me log out.
Get off of
Oh,
the
fuck.
game. Yeah!
It didn't cause damage to my farm.
I honestly don't know whose farm. Go sleep quiet.
I
Probably
will.
turnips.
Good night, guys.
Good night.
Good night, quiet.
Thank you for letting me come on
Love
community.
and appreciate you, you silly.
Get
Well,
sleep.
Far more than others. I mean, what?
Crazy. Are these ready? Oh,
It
my
was
garlic.
nice to hang out.
Yeah, get sleep. Have a good day at
Night-night.
work. Night night.
Thank you. Night night.
Good night.
Garlic. I love it.
You're cool, amazing, and wonderful people. Love and appreciate you all. Bow, wow, wow.
Gang, what do we name a dinosaur?
Oh,
Lickalotopus.
my name goes. My brain goes to Bruce, and I'm like, don't do it. That's fine. I feel like Cersei. Don't name it Bruce. Just stuck in my head. Good night, quiet. Get some sleep. Is this spring? Ooh, it is spring. Wouldn't you like to test out the power? Wouldn't you like to test out the words? There we go. Go, it's blended. We were tiny. Ooh, that's cute. Wouldn't you like your outcomes preferred? Wow. Oh, don't eat the carp. No. Oh, I don't have coal. I don't have coal.
Hey.
100th day. Sell my fish normally. Name it Rex. That's cute. Oh, I miss Rex. I miss my boy. Wouldn't you like to dance out the power? Wouldn't you like it out something worse? Put this in my collection. Or you can beat her. Wouldn't you like to have some other magic? Wouldn't you like outcomes preferred? I need to go check on the other animals. Actually, you did that boot of his power, but the power to take her on. Yeah, these are fine. Made of imagination. I should name something after Mass Effect characters. I miss them. Wouldn't you like to taste out the power? Wouldn't you like to taste more than words? Sell there. Oh, is that what's in front of me? The cards. Wouldn't you like to have some other magic? Wouldn't you like... Flonky! Welcome in, Raiders! Welcome! I'll sit you guys right here. I'll sit normally. Oh, Guy! We lost Guy. Welcome, Raiders. Thank you for giving Plonky a shout out.
Maybe a little bit.
Yeah, what happened? We're playing Community Farm today. Yes.
I gotta do a funny called swap my internet and then swap it back.
Okay.
Hello, Raiders. My name
You
is
go do
Sarah.
that.
Kind of
I'm a
refresh
variety
it. I don't
streamer.
fucking know.
We
My
do
internet's
mixed bag
weird.
Mondays, family friendly
Oh my
Wednesdays, and
God.
horror Thursday.
Oh.
Roar, please join us on this wild ride we
Yes.
call life. Whoop whoop.
If you guys don't follow Plonky from here, they were building a fucking xenomorph! Dude, he was building a xenomorph. The xenomorph looks so cool. Except I saw it and I was like, well, now I gotta go to work. But it looks so cool. I want one. I hope your stream was well. What were you guys playing today? What was happening over there? And also, if anybody needs to go take care of themselves, please go do that. Please de-stream. Please take that. Still building it. Damn. That thing looks so cool. I need... Oh my god, if you like Alien, hold on. One wrong move, then you're done for. I found...
If you guys have a try,
I
slap
need to
that
fix
prime on the
that. One of
table
my
like a big
emotes isn't
fucking
there.
cock. Tell
Yeah.
everybody that you have a big fucking dick today and slap that
junkie.
prime on the fucking table right now.
I love me Overwatch. Oh, here, let me go to this. Get power. Let me go here. I got these from relative. I say relative because I think it's like second cousin. They're all alien cards. They're really fucking cool as hell. So I have a lot of Xenomorph stuff now. By the way, yes! I fucking love... I need to play Rogue because I have my VR. But yeah, I have all these. I think my favorite one is... It's this one because it's Alien and Predator. It's in a cartoon. It's really cute. How we need them? Yeah, I didn't know these existed. We literally, they moved out of their place and was just gonna leave all this stuff, so we took a lot of them. And I'm glad I found these in the collection. I also got a whole bunch of comics too now. Wonk. Sorry, Mochi. I've just been standing at the game. They're really cool though. If you ever want to... Just process them. You ever want alien knowledge? I got you. I love that game so much. I love all the movies, everything. But also, please, if you need to go take care of yourself, please go do that. We'll just be here farming. Self-control. Same, yeah. I love it so much. I don't even know what I'm doing on my farm. Go lurk for a bit, but I shot. Yes, 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 yes. Still on full screen. Ah, full screen! Good luck. Go de-stream. Go take care of yourself. Eevee. Oh. Not during the rain. Got you past. So much. Is the internet better now?
Hopefully.
I hope so. What is this little guy? Why did Leia make a little guy that started bouncing on each other?
Whoa there.
There's not when they're doing. They're bouncing. Wait, I didn't switch back to this. Go your game. Yeah,
No.
I'm done, Blunky. I'm done. But I still love my little... I wasn't even doing anything in the game. I just walked over here. I looked over. I'm like, wait, I'm being sad on full screen. What is my since I have seen my wife? My wife Tails. I miss my wife.
I miss my wife, Tails. He's gone to bed now.
You're so right. Well, everybody's struggling to give away days. This is so funny to watch. I love Epic the musical. I just when she started it. The statue that Leia made that is just like for human anatomy, I'm like, looks like Elliot. I don't know why my brother like that look like Elliot. Why is that little guy's legs?
Elliot.
Elliot.
Gross.
I love Elliot. Don't call him gross.
No, just to love.
Oh, real as hell. Okay, okay. Never had the words of control. Meow, 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 meow. Dude, meowing these songs late at night on Halloween was so funny. Actions of passion.
It entertained me.
It entertained me waiting in line to get her food. I didn't realize she was in line the whole time trying to order food. I don't have another one queued up. What saga should we go to now?
That one.
We're not going to the last saga. I need to get through this. Oh my god, I need to get through this cutscene. I'm not even fucking reading it. I'm like, Leia, I know. You're inspired now, finally. I'm so proud of you. Poseidon. Poseidon. Wish I could have been there. I know you knocked out, and that is a-okay. You have a not normal sleep schedule, but a normal sleep schedule. Your body said, eep time. Eep. I keep on just like messing with these cards now. I see why my friend has poker chips and he just messes with them on his table because I'm like, wow, cards. Start the bidding! Okay, Mr. Mayor. I don't care what you say. I think the most normal sleep schedule out of everyone. I think so too. Who was grumpy in the corner?
Not it.
Oh!
Yeah.
Oh!
I think you have
I remember
the most normal like sleep schedule. I always say I'm gonna go to bed early, and then I never do.
You did go to bed. Well, I guess. Oh, actually, just kidding. No, I'm just not even gonna talk.
Yeah,
I'm not even gonna talk. No. 15 coals, Clint. I don't even have coal.
I'll be real. You cut out the entirety of you saying that, so I did not hear a single thing you said.
Don't worry. Just forget I said anything. Forget I was speaking. Me speaking? Me streaming? No, nothing's real.
Oh.
Yeah, don't worry. Nobody can clip it or anything.
No. No. Kai didn't hear it. Therefore, not real. I love you! Don't hide behind the trees for me! I give you...
Clips or it didn't happen.
I take your face and I squish it.
I'm sorry, I'm really dramatic.
I like it.
So just hearing the because of the weather was very on brand.
I sold all my fishies.
Oh, yes. I didn't hit yes to go to sleep. I was just dancing.
I'm so tired.
I
Wonder why.
I can't wait until I can afford the furniture catalog, and then I'm gonna spend the next 3 in-game days making my house as pretty as possible.
I cannot
Dude,
wait.
same.
Man, do I listen to No Longer You again or the Cersei saga again?
Yes.
I
Both in a playlist on
listening
repeat.
to Ruthlessness.
Yeah, we are on Ruthlessness right now. Wooflessness.
Hell yeah.
Captain. We have listened to the entire, like, the entire fucking musical in one stream. That was a great time.
Hey,
There's a new
did
Queen
you
of
pick a new
Sauce.
mod yet?
I haven't talked to anybody about that. I know, Pink Panda.
You should talk to somebody about that.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Eat with
One of these
cum.
days.
Fortune teller. I don't know why I clicked it. New mod. New mod. Mr. Mannequin, I
Hell
need you
yeah.
to move. I'm just throwing my kid. Boop. Wow, thank you. Pretty sure it was a farming stream. It was a farming stream. It was. Throwing the kid. wrong with the kid?
Evelyn sent me bread.
Ooh, bread. All I gotta do
Bread.
is open this bag. What? that.
The what is on the same caliber as.
It's just a what? Leia. Oh yeah, thanks.
What do we
Yeah.
need?
That's
the-
awesome.
So we have the who, and we have the what. Now we need the when and the where, and the why.
We need the whole show. Potatoes. Oh, it went to normal
Potatoes.
music. That's my cards. It's not my phone. Oh, what
I
if
need
we
a-
listen to the
wait.
musical on shuffle? That's gonna be atrocious. But I put it on shuffle.
Oh gosh.
For the fun fact of anybody who watches VODs, at least my VODs, the music gets muted.
You gotta teach me how to do that still.
It's in the settings of OBS when you go to like, I'll have to go to which one it is, but it's like hitting what tracks get saved. I know, it's in that.
I
Because-
still need to figure out how to do that, and I say figure out how to do that. I mean, my OBS is fucking weird, man. It won't let me. Every time I
Yeah.
try and do it, it just decides to crash OBS the entire time. At one point, the option just didn't even appear.
Yeah, your
It was like, you know what? Fuck
potato.
you.
Yeah, your OBS
Because,
said,
like-
I don't want to do this.
Yeah, it also
Just
won't let me
a
do a funny called
Even after
streaming with PNG Tuber Plus. It won't let me use my silly little bear.
That's fucked up and evil.
It
Sounds
is
kind
fucked
of
up and
racist to
evil.
me.
To see my son
Like,
and
I have it, but it just-
man.
even if the even if it's chroma keyed out in the background, it just decides, no, you're gonna have an entire black border all around
That's weird.
the PNG
See?
exclusively on
Racist.
OBS and not on anything else. I'm like, well, that's just kind of mean.
That's weird.
Just kinda
Oh,
fucked up and
the
evil, and I don't know
kale
how to fix
juice.
it.
Kale juice is ready.
That's for the raccoon.
Yeah, that one's ready. From it become a meteor.
Mm.
Take it me.
I need to go buy more crops. I'm running out.
Fuck it up, Odysseus. Odysseus of Ithaca. Well, I'm just gonna keep the juice in there so I don't accidentally take it. Yeah, I need a potato.
Oh, I see.
Oh, it's on shuffle. I was like, Athena? Wait, is it not on shuffle? Did this actually go to the... Oh my god, I'm on shuffle and it almost put it on the same saga. That's crazy. He gets a regular potato. Come here, George. I have a potato. Oh my god, Junior's not here.
What the hell?
I'm like, I can't say George and
What the hell?
confuse it. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell on day?
What the hell, Bobby?
I don't like this coffee, bro. I made it so bad. That's my own fault.
Well, then don't drink it if you don't like it.
I'm not going to. I got a cutscene. No. Whoa. Wondering what that good smell is. It's cookies. It's fucking cookies. Give me the cookies, please. Yes, I get cookies. It's delicious. It was chewy like a hockey puck. Damn, that's mean. Come to know you well enough. I learned how to make cookies. I don't know if I knew how to make those cookies. Where's George? He's not even in the fucking house. I can't believe he gets the big ribbon, not the fucking...
He's in Judgment. No, not Judgment. He's in Pierre's house. He's worshipping. It's Sunday.
Damn. Oh! I clicked. Oh, there he is! Take your potato! No, don't eat the potato.
Potato.
Oh, thank God, I almost hit Jody. Nothing. You are Athena. Athena. I'm really trying to find... So we have what? Who? Man, is there a where? I feel like there is. I feel like we could find a where. I need so much more coal, bro. I've never run out of coal like this. I can't even smoke my fish. I don't feel like walking. Minecart. Oh. There is a lot of mushrooms. Yeah. I should go to the desert. I shouldn't. Desert hurt. Mines. Time to farm for coal. I should have brought explosives. Oh, we're on the underworld, saga now. We skipped like 3. I like being on shuffle. It's exciting. I think I'm hungry. What time is it? Okay. Oh. Sorry, slime. I just want coal. Oh, I collected coal. Well, Clint's not getting that. Does he need it? He's not getting any of this coal. Perish. Meow, meow, meow. These poor slimes don't stand a chance against me now. That's where I should go. I'm gonna go to the island tomorrow.
The island.
The island. I forgot we could go there. I'm like, the island. That's I classic forgiveness is mercy. So dizzy. All I hear is scream like, yeah, good luck, buddy. Bonk. The desperate search for coal. Please, coal. I love this play. Oh, you know who just made their debut on Broadway?
Your mom?
Trisha. Actually, how the fuck did you say her last name? Paytas?
Mm.
Trisha Paytas?
Yeah. As a minor role in Beetlejuice.
This time.
She's on Broadway now. That's what she's doing.
Can she stop? Can she fade into irrelevancy once in her life, please?
Dude, she's just like
We don't need that.
it's like side quest after side quest, and she just keeps on doing other stuff, and I'm like, what? Oh, we're here now? Oh, okay.
Nelly, please leave everything alone.
She's not stopping ever. Dude, that's right, yeah. I saw it this morning on TikTok. I'm like, okay, I guess. Okay.
I'll be real. I did not expect Broadway. I expected her to do what she always does, aka racism.
Yeah.
So
Even Broadway on
no.
Beetlejuice. She's just the dinner party folks who come in. I forget their names. It's sort of like not like main roles. So I'm like, okay, you know, that's fair. That's fair. But still, I was just like, oh, Broadway. Okay, we're here now.
Girlie, what are you doing?
That's what I don't know what she's doing, but she don't stop. It really do feel like one side quest after another. But the side quests aren't always good.
I don't think any of her side quests have been good.
Didn't she have a kid?
She has 3 kids.
She has 3? Oh, I thought there was 1!
So
Okay.
the first one is Malibu Barbie.
Oh my god, yeah.
I'm pulling up.
The last one was like something with
pulling up the
Aquaman.
So yeah, I couldn't remember I can remember the middle one. So she had 1 girl and 2 boys.
Okay.
Malibu Barbie is currently 2 years old right now. We have Elvis, who is currently 1 year old right now.
Okay.
And then we have Aquaman Moses.
Ah,
who was
there
born
we
earlier
go.
this year.
That's what I remember. Aquaman. Ooh.
Yeah.
Those are
So-
crazy names.
Oh, sorry. Is Elvis a what? Is Elvis a girl?
What?
Elvis is a girl.
That's crazy. I mean, like, fuck it up. Elvis?
That's impressive because she was the king.
Oh no, you tucked it to bed. That means
Yeah.
it's late.
Yeah, it's nearly 12.
Oh, the mining is in the mines. I'm coming home.
But yeah, she's also done things like pretend to be Egyptian.
Yeah. God.
She was a caricature of somebody, I cannot remember who, but a caricature of somebody in an Eminem music video.
Yeah. I think that's like the first
Yeah.
like big thing.
That was like the first thing she did. I believe she can manage to properly convert to become Jewish, even though that is like, I'm not saying she wouldn't, but that is an incredibly difficult process to do.
Yeah, 'cause she had
And
her
if she has, good on her.
she had her
but, like-
religion like phase.
Yeah. Calling it a phase is really bad, but like, it's the truth.
Yeah, with how she reacts to things, yeah.
So there's that. God, she's done. There was many other like things that she's done.
God. It's literally just like, what's when that name gets mentioned, it's like, oh no, what is it now?
Oh yeah. She decided to fake come out as gay and a trans man in 2019 for views.
I missed that one.
It was 2019. A lot of things were happening in 2019.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh,
I have so many plans. I'm gonna have to play it.
I got plans.
My husband. Let me see how my child is doing. Toss the child. I am hungry. Depending how long this day is, it should be our last day, I think.
oh yeah.
Yeah, I gotta go soon anyway.
Sorry.
Fair.
Yeah.
Yes.
So she was on My Strange Addiction for a self-tanning addiction. Not even kidding. So she wasn't just in an Eminem music video. She was in other music videos such as Amy Winehouse and the All American Reject.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
That's fun. What a list.
She made a song
Yes.
at some point that was number 25 in the charts in 2016.
Number 5.
Yeah, number 25. In 2017, she went on Celebrity Big Brother, which I didn't even think she was able to do because it's a UK show.
With her, yeah.
And she's from California.
Yeah. Nothing stops
Ooh.
her.
Trisha Paytas.
Never.
I'm looking at all of her controversies.
Oh my god, I'm watching all of our wives and husbands walk together. They're all collectively walking to town in a line. That's quite
Not
scary.
weird at all.
That's quite scary, truth be told. Oh, I messed them up.
Yeah, she was accused of and then apologized for anti-Semitism on a podcast that she made.
Oh, I was gonna go to Ireland. Wait a minute. Yes.
So
To the boat.
she also made a podcast with Colleen Ballinger.
Oh my god, yes.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that name.
Mm-hmm.
Haven't heard that in ages.
Never. Heard of him.
She was a child's YouTube, like she was a kid's YouTuber in the early 2000s and 2010s who ended up grooming several kids.
Yeah, one of the like good like OG group. Not good, but like that like
Yeah, Miranda sings. I mean, she has admitted several times that she was also very stereotypical of a lot of different people. And she has apologized several times for things like that.
Walnut.
yeah, I'm on the
Maybe
island.
collecting up.
I'd be collecting nut here.
My walnut.
Nah.
No, you. You're my walnut.
Maybe no money time.
But they cancelled the
Don't stress.
yeah, so they cancelled it in July. So immediately after the accusations aired of Colleen.
It's true. Oh, I haven't upgraded this. What
Why
bitch?
the hell not?
Because I never
Oh my
use
god,
it.
she has her own Broadway tour. She had her own Broadway tour.
Oh, I didn't know about that one.
Yeah.
Oh,
She did in February of
Oh,
this
damn.
year. Yeah.
that's recent.
Yeah.
That's I'm
Yep.
doing this.
Her Broadway debut in the second revival of Beetlejuice.
Yep.
Yep.
I literally saw that PR video of it, of her first day there,
I'm
and I was
sorry,
like, huh?
she's in season 3 of Euphoria.
You know, that one is like the least like
Nobody would have noticed her.
Aren't they like high school kids?
yeah,
Supposed to be.
but it's a lot of high school
Thank
kids
God they're
doing
not.
drugs.
37.
Well, they only have to look like they're in high school.
No, like
If they
they.
actually
Does
were
not
in high
look like
school.
she's in high school.
She don't.
if-
she
if-
don't
if
look
they-
anywhere
does
near.
Not look like... No.
Don't touch the mushrooms. Don't touch the mushrooms. Don't touch the mushroom. Mushroom bad. Mushroom bad. I touched a mushroom. I got a mushroom.
Yeah,
other
that's
one's evil.
wild.
Da, 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 da,
But
da,
can she
kick that
please fade back into irrelevancy?
ass. She never stops, bro.
No, she never stopped.
That's why I'm always just like, I was literally just scrolling on TikTok and I stumbled upon it. I was like, what? I was like, oh, okay.
That's why I said, what did she do this time?
Yeah. That's why, like, I hate calling it a phase, especially with the religion one, but like,
Yeah.
it's
No,
what
because
era are
it's
we in this time?
true.
It is.
I hate to admit it, but it's true though.
What the hell? Why is it behind the door?
That door.
The D-O-R-E, it's locked. They locked the door.
Mm-hmm.
I found it. I found the button. Yeah.
Sarah,
Yeah.
my stream's glitching. Go hydrate.
Okay. Well,
That's not how
so-
it works.
second.
Well, it says it's out of stock, but it's not out of stock. It is my phone breaking and glitching. I cannot redeem anything.
You said it is
So-
not.
I'm just gonna have
Therefore,
to cope. It's not
Hydrate, you
working, so I'm just gonna have to yell
I
at you
got you.
instead.
I got you.
hell yeah.
Thank you, Turnip. Thank you.
Oh my god.
Anyway, I'm in a Leah cutscene.
Hell yeah, I'm in the mountain.
Oh,
The
I
mountain.
forgot to do that.
I don't want that song. Oh, okay, Medusa. Not right now. Yeah, I want happy music. Yeah, happy music. But oh, okay, I got a piece of paper.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I missed the. Oh, I missed it again. 'Cause I didn't bring. I never bring food, and I forget about bringing food.
No!
Oh,
If I
shit.
could teleport to you, I would teleport to you and give you a bunch of food and then leave.
Real as hell.
Mhm.
That's nice shit.
That's what I do in Minecraft. That's like the only thing I do. I have my farm, and then everybody else goes into the nether and does things, and then I'm like, tee I
It's
don't
like, oh, you need
going in
food?
there. I'm
Can
just
I?
gonna farm and make everybody
There we go.
bread.
Real. You're the
Mhm.
breadwinner.
Well, it's not even bread at this point because we have an add-on that gives us like advanced food, so I'm just throwing lasagna at people.
Hell yeah, that's even better. This is sorry, mushroom. You must be eaten. You may be worth a lot, but unfortunately, I was dying. Sorry, dramatic backstory. You'll be red eventually. Oh! I immediately got hit. Gnarly.
No,
No, gnarly. I'm not.
don't do that, Betsy. That's not good for your health.
I know. I know. Ow. Bite me. Okay, he's dead.
I don't want
Oh,
to.
wow. There's
I kinda
another
do.
one. No.
There's only
Oh,
one
and that
person
one's gonna
who
fucking
fights
hit me over there.
Yeah, they do that.
Walnut. No.
What up, Goldie?
Turnip, you cutting down trees.
Yes.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I could hear you cutting down trees and was like, where is this audio coming from? Because
Run.
I'm fishing.
Oh, gotcha.
Just where is this coming from? Okay, I'm on 7.
7
7 minutes is all I can spare.
minutes.
I can't wait till we get to that line, bro. I'm so excited.
Mhm. Which one is it in?
This one that we're in, 5.
5. Okay.
Yeah, we're in the
Gotta
game.
lock in. I gotta
Oh,
lock
don't
in,
you worry.
especially.
I
Also,
will
can
tell you
hear
when it is.
7 minutes. It's gonna happen, and I'm just gonna hear you like scream at me.
You'll just be hearing me repeat the entire. Oh shit! I'm dying.
Don't do that.
Avoiding all enemies at all costs. I found the door. The D-O-R-E. Leather Daddy was great. Yeah. Can I eat this? I can't eat it.
I'm really curious how this is gonna work in the multiplayer save like this, but once you get to, I believe it's like 6 hearts, or like 5 or 6 hearts with Leo, he actually moves to Stardew Valley off of the island. So
Yes.
I don't know if it's tied to you, Sarah, because you're the host.
Oh,
Or if it's gonna do like
yeah.
a weird individual thing.
Oh my god.
I need
I don't think
We'll
she
s-
heard a word of that.
No, I did. We'll see what happens though.
It's probably tied to you more than anything.
Don't
but-
touch me! No! Ah! Yeah? Probably.
May I suggest you not die?
Makes death noise. Oh, it's
During
late
the challenge,
anyways.
Don't die.
I almost got there.
fine.
I just, if I bring food.
Hey yo,
I lost.
this is like the worst thing to get. But Turnip, where are you?
On an island chopping trees.
I want to show you what I got. I'm running to you.
How do you know where I am?
Yeah. Oh, that's the beach.
There's a map.
There's a map. Oh shit, look at that.
Yeah.
The
Turnip, I got a
delivery in
sword.
that line. Mwah.
A
Cool.
fishing sword.
What is it?
It's the Neptune's glaive.
The nether.
Oh, cool.
The nether.
It's blue. It's the one I'm using.
Ditto.
Like this one.
Meow, meow, meow,
Yeah.
meow, meow, meow.
It's
Meow, meow.
really weak though.
Meow, meow.
It's like it's an game sword that you're supposed to get
Meow,
by
meow,
fishing
meow,
up,
meow.
and it's just like a really low chance.
Yeah, meow, 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 meow.
So the Galaxy Sword is 60 to 80 damage. The Neptune's glaive is 18 to 35.
Wow.
Yeah,
Got it.
not the best. Anyway, we should get to bed.
I'm running as fast as I can. Nothing
I'm running.
funny.
I'm running. I'm running to your bed. I hope that's okay.
Oh, my man. Oh my god.
Oh my god, hello.
Hi. I'll meet you in a mere
Your house is
moment.
pretty.
Thank
Your house is so pretty.
It's old woman cottage.
Understandable. I need to get screenshots of my Stardew house and throw them at you. I think you'll like them. And I found a way that, because the old phone didn't like it, but this phone does, that I can send photos from my Switch to my phone. So I can take screenshots in the game and send them, and there will be like actual photos instead of me like, taking a photo of my Switch.
That's so real, though, just taking a photo of it. It's like, this is what I gotta do. I'm
I've
sorry.
done it before.
I do it all the time.
The old phone just did not like it.
Okay, boys and
Oh,
girls.
1,000 golden potatoes.
I don't know why I paused the
Boys and
music.
girls.
My girly pops. We must end here.
Good,
Guess what?
I
Exit
still
to
can't
desktop.
afford my cellar.
Oh. Mood.
Thank
mind
you
me.
for letting me join you.
Let him cook, my
Thank you.
lord. Sorry.
You're cute.
Thank you for letting me be here.
You're welcome. Okay. I
look
say goodbye
cute
to you
in overalls.
guys. They're so comfy. They're so comfy. Where am I? Okay. Goodbye, you guys. Thank you for joining me today. Bye bye.
Bye.
Yeah. I give you mwah.
Mwah.
Bye bye. Yeet. And I can mute that. Okay. Do 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 do. Meow meow. Meow meow. Wait, me when I post my BG3 characters? Yeah. Yeah, you just take the little picture of it. Real as hell. I could be the saint. Oh, I don't have this site. Me, you did. I don't matter. Nope, wrong one. Blah, wrong place. We're gonna drop you off to somebody. Who? I don't know. I would like to drop off the farmer, but let me see who's live. I could be the thing. I'll miss you too. Thank you guys for joining me today. It was just a fun, calm day. Today was one of those days where I'm like, I simply don't care about anything. I'm having fun playing games with my friends. I think we're gonna go to Mai. Mai's playing Phasmophobia. God, that's so cursed. That is so cursed. Bow, 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 boom. I think we go to Mai. We do have Torby. Torby is also playing Devour. Mai's playing Phasmophobia. Torby is playing Devour. What do you feel like? Look at me. Of course, of course. It's our community forum. We need you there. All right, thank you. Yes, go get some sleep and rest. What do we feel like? Do you want Phasmophobia or Devour? Or should we go to a farmer? Dude. Is it my cup of tea? No, that's real as hell. Let me check farmers. Same category. There is this farmer. Oh, they're playing on Expanded. I was like, what? Air and water flowing, heart and we color. Let me click this. We do have a farmer we could go to. Do we want a farmer? See tomorrow, Doc. Yes, these are sons and daughters, right? The heart of who we are. Okay, farmer, Devour, or Phasmo? There's a part of my hair that's been stuck. Oh, I think it's just flipped the wrong way. Damn, is that? I gotta fix that. The weight of a 3-year-old. This the song of sons and daughters, the heart of who we are. First spring, week 4. Okay. Oh, a lot of people play modded Stardew. King till we fall, and we all left. Oh, Thomas is playing Battlefield 6. I love that. Have a cold mist. Oh, that's Mochi. We'll go to Mai. We'll go over there. What happened? There she is. We haven't seen her in a while. Do 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 do. Well, she's been going for a while, anyways. Yeah. Do do do. Okay, this is a little raid message for whoever's going with the raid. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna go lurk because I'm really hungry. What a song to end on. We end with Teto. Do you want me to say bye-bye from here? I love you all. We have Resident Evil tomorrow, and I'm very excited about that. So that'll be good. That'll be fun and whatnot. But please take care, everybody. Thank you all for a great day and everything, and for me rambling about the movie a lot. But other than that, I love you all, and I will see you all tomorrow. Let me start this raid. I didn't even hit that. Mochi's trying to climb over here. Mochi, please, come here. But please take care, everybody. Stay hydrated, stay well, and whatnot. I'll see you all tomorrow with some Resident Evil. Bye-bye.